From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, you've got 4 college basketball games going on today. The action starting in Atlanta, Georgia, Michigan State taking on Ole Miss. Spartans are favored by 3.5, tip-off at 4:09. At 4:39, Tennessee taking on Kentucky for the third time this season. Kentucky is 2-0 in these meetings. Tennessee is favored by 4.5 over the Wildcats. The late games get underway at 6:39. You've got the Auburn Tigers taking on the Michigan Wolverines. Right now, the Tigers are favored by 8.5. The action is going to wrap up at 7:09. Purdue versus Houston. Right now, Houston is favored by 8.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
If you can find the time to explore.
Dude,
Oh,
what's up? Good Friday. What are you guys doing?
I don't know.
How's everybody doing today?
You know.
What's the matter with you? You're so frumpy.
Nah. It
What's the matter?
was a bad sports day yesterday.
Why?
It's bad
Because of
sports
BYU?
day.
I thought you were already
BYU,
over that.
Mets, Red Wings. I
They all
didn't get one W.
Yeah, the trifecta.
Not one W. The Red Wings aren't making the playoffs for the 10th straight year. The Mets are going 0-162. BYU is no longer the exciting Whites. What the hell? I need a win. I need a sports win.
Well, what do we got today?
I don't know.
Timbers playing or anything?
Timbers play on Sunday. Maybe I get a big Timbers win.
Aren't you a Timbers bro?
I am a Timbers bro. Let's do this. I'm part of the Timbers Army.
They any good this year?
I mean, not really, but, you know.
So no?
I don't think they're supposed to be great, no.
Isn't it crazy that sports can affect your mood?
I try not.
If you think about that.
It is the dumbest thing that we as males do, and trust me, males do a lot of dumb things, but yes, the idea that a team across the country made up of random people wearing a piece of clothing and what they do on a silly field, or in this case, ice rink or court, that somehow that does affect your mood, it is absolutely ridiculous.
It's absurd, particularly when you think of the college kids.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Like that Igor guy, your buddy
Yeah.
from BYU.
Yeah.
He's like 15.
He's terrible.
He's
terrible.
15
He's
years
terrible.
old.
He's terrible. Get him out of there.
But like
He's a
seriously,
bum.
why would we let a
I don't
15-year-old kid, okay, whatever, 18, 17, 18, why would you let that affect your mood yet? Here we are. Here we are. I mean, Memphis Grizzlies fans today
Yes.
are mad.
You're a Grizzlies fan? Are you mad? Are you excited?
Maybe they're excited. I don't know. But, you know.
I'm not tapped into the Taylor Jenkins fan base. Coach Prime got a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we'll get to all the cool sports stuff.
If you're a Prime guy, you know. My Mariners, I guess that was exciting.
Quick primetime follow-up.
Like Primetime as in Coach Prime or Primetime as this show?
No, this show, man.
Oh, wow.
We're the most important.
Well, you prime-timed it. We were just talking about Coach Prime.
So the follow-up is that last night I was praying to God that Ichiro wouldn't be in full Mariners uniform when he threw out the first pitch.
I told you.
And he was in full Mariners uniform when he threw out the first pitch.
I believe that I was very adamant that full uniform, and he was going to bring the cheese. I said 80. He brought 84 mile-an-hour heat.
Was that what it was?
84.
He threw a high fastball.
High fastball, out of the zone, but hey, maybe someone's chasing that.
He popped the glove.
But he brought the heat. 84? I'm not throwing 84. I think I'd throw like 54.
I was really hoping that he wouldn't be in full uniform.
Yeah. You knew he would be. And I think that's what it was, is I think you were in denial that he would be in full uniform.
I just wanted to believe.
No.
He
will be buried in that uniform. And if you're the Mariners...
It's so sad.
Well, they're celebrating him all year. Did you see they're doing a year of Ichiro?
Is this the year of Ichiro?
Yes.
Year of 51?
Yeah, it was going in Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So they said that... I was watching at my buddy's house last night. We convened for opening day. And so they said they were celebrating the year of Ichiro, and which means he's going to be around a bunch. And which is cool because Ichiro's greatness, right?
He has greatness.
At the same time, take this with all due respect to Ichiro and Ichiro fans and
bracing. Are you bracing, Will?
I'm already offended.
If you are the Mariners, is Ichiro a little bit, just a little bit, of like an ex-wife that you can't quite get rid of? Like,
I don't think you want to get rid of him.
well, that's the thing is like you've got kids together, right? You have a cordial relationship, but she still seems to think you're married. I guarantee that he makes people in that organization, while happy to have him around, they make people uncomfortable. Because God forbid you ever told him that he couldn't do something. Or that, hey, man, we can't have you in the dugout. We can't have you wearing the uniform. I think it's like an ex that you're afraid that you could push them too far and they may do something drastic. He's got a little stalker Mariner thing about him. I think Ichiro is doing some light Mariner stalking. And he's good enough, and he's kind of hot. Maybe occasionally they sleep together. It's like the whole ex thing, so you kind of keep him around. And it's not that bad, but it is going to continue to get weird because he can't move on to anything else. And secretly, you're hoping that ex ends up finding someone new to kind of foist them onto it, except it's not happening. Ichiro isn't going back to New York. He's not going to the Marlins. No, he is firmly planted. He's living in your ADU right now. And now you just kind of have to accept it because you don't have the guts to tell him that maybe it's time to move on with your life.
Is he living in Seattle?
I think he might live at the ballpark. I think he might have a Phantom of the Opera where he lives down in the tunnels. I think Ichiro has dug some sort of weird cave at there's a moat underneath T-Mobile and Ichiro lives there. And he just appears every now and then in full uniform.
All right, I'd prefer to look at this the positive way.
Yeah.
And that is that if you want any player to wear out his welcome, I think he's like number one.
Yeah.
It could be way worse. That's a guy even though it might be getting a little weird, and I do think the Mariners are inviting it, they're playing their part too.
Yeah.
I just don't think you mind him. You just kind of let him you tussle his hair and you let him do his thing.
Yeah.
Whereas other people, I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to talk myself into this being an okay thing.
I think you are.
But it is getting on. It's odd.
It's odd.
It is so
He's
odd.
52 or something.
He was on the bench in full uniform.
Yes.
He's not even
No.
he's not a coach,
Nothing.
right?
You're also talking about the same guy who had the same meal before every game, every single game he played.
He's
a weird dude.
He's very neurotic.
They had to tell him that he's not allowed to wear the uniform on the bench. Remember a number of years ago?
So is this an illness? Is he sick?
Yeah, I think it's like an OCD sort of thing. Yeah. Remember, he was like a special assistant to something or other, and he would try to be in uniform on the bench, and they had to tell him, dude, Major League Baseball won't allow this. And then he would go through his pregame routine, including hitting in the underground batting cages. And they were like, hey man, that's great, but we can't have you out on the field. So I just think no one wants to tell him that it's getting weird. And this year will only reinforce it because it's the year of Ichiro. But after this year, I think he's just going to keep showing up for opening day, first pitch. And they're like, well, Ichiro, it's not you this year. And then he just shows up. Wait till next year when they try to have Edgar or someone throw out the first pitch. And Ichiro just walks up on stage like Zoolander style to accept the award, to accept the ball. And they're like, no, Ichiro, it's someone else. And they're like, well, I guess we have two people throwing out the first pitch now. It's not going to end.
Well, if that happened, don't you just let him do it? I mean, you just let him do it.
I think so.
So what's weird about it to me is that when he played, he was so guarded and private and aloof that this is like the opposite of that.
Yes.
And I don't understand that. That makes no sense. He seemed like the guy that would play it out, and you would never see. He would become a ghost.
Wrong.
Like Johnny Carson.
Tim Duncan, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is Tim Duncan doing?
No. I think he's actually coaching now. I think he's
Is
come
he?
back. But yeah, like he went away.
He's
Barry
seen that.
Sanders went away.
Yeah.
Like you thought Ichiro would retire and just vanish
Yeah,
into the,
just
the
gone.
ether. Wrong.
Not even like it's
No.
the opposite.
There was that article a couple years ago in ESPN where, and it was the saddest thing. He rents out stadiums in Japan and then hires local people to come play games with him. So and he's playing like major league style competitive baseball, but with randos that he just hires to come play.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'd sign up for that.
Well, everyone would. But isn't it weird? That man
He
is
just
one
wants
of
to
the
play baseball. He loves the game.
That man is one of the greatest baseball players of all time. And next thing you know, he's paying you, Isaac Ropp, to go out and throw him some cheddar?
Yeah, I'm in on that.
You don't think that's a little weird?
I'm just saying, from my perspective,
It's great.
it's great.
All right. That would be like if I'm trying to think, I don't know. I'm trying to if who's like a great old time pass rusher. If Bruce Smith came down to the fan and was like, "Hey, Suk and Will, I got a deal for you. I'm gonna pay you guys each $50, and I'm gonna get you some full pads. We're gonna head out to Jesuit. How about the three of us just do some pass rush? Just some one-on-ones in the afternoon. What do you guys say?" No, I'd be like, Bruce, you're one of the greats. Like,
He's paying you.
he's paying me.
You're going.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm going.
Will's going.
I'll get my ass
Hell,
kicked by
I'll
Bruce
go.
Smith.
What?
I'm in.
If he's going to pay me,
Yeah, that's easy money.
that's a great story.
Let's go. Maybe we could have Ichiro on the side.
There's no part of you that would be like,
Throwing a
this is-
bullpen?
This is sad. This is sad.
Well, sure, but I'd still take the check.
And then it's like Bruce, it's like his heroin. Then he's like, "Hey guys, how about we do this every Tuesday?" You're like, Bruce, you're in the Hall of Fame. What are we
The man.
doing? Like, next you know, then he's calling John Randall and he's out there. And then God forbid Aaron Donald shows up one day and he's like, "I'm retired." And you're like, "Well, I'm going to die." It's weird. And I love Ichiro. Like, I love Ichiro as one of my favorite players, but I'm concerned for him.
I think
I'm
he
concerned.
needs a therapist.
Yes.
And I hope he has one, and I hope he's working through it. But it is a little odd. It really is.
Yeah, someone said it's the opposite of fantasy baseball. I have a buddy of mine who's a great guy. He goes every year to Mets fantasy camp. And it's like his highlight. One of these days I'm going to go with him because I think it'd be hilarious to put on the uniform out there and watch me blow out a knee diving for, a ball with Keith Hernandez. But like it's the oppo of fantasy camp. Ichiro, it should be bums paying Mackie Sasser $10,000 to go be on the field with them, not Ichiro paying people to come play with Ichiro.
Well, I'm guessing Ichiro is a part of the Mariners fantasy camp, right?
I would
They
assume.
probably can't keep him out.
I would assume.
Because those fantasy camps are cool. I've known a lot of people that do them. My brother did the one with the Padres.
Yeah.
And he sent me pictures of Trevor Hoffman, hanging out with Trevor Hoffman. They're in the clubhouse, like drinking beer.
Oh, yeah.
That's a cool deal.
Well, my buddy goes out there and he's got a couple of the old school dudes that because he's been going for years. Like, he parties with those guys and the stories are amazing. But the problem is, like, if you're out there with Mackie Sasser is not trying to throw anyone out to prove a point. I think Ichiro is. I think Ichiro is trying to gun you down at third and then probably taunts you. Like, it's problematic.
You need to stop pooping on Ichiro.
I'm
okay,
not.
Listen, we
I'm
all
not.
get. Yes,
I love
you are.
Ichiro.
You are.
I love
We
him.
all get it. It is a little odd, but let's just embrace it because there are worse guys that could be loitering.
Yes.
There are way worse.
Yeah.
It's cool to have.
Like, if
Ichiro.
Sean Figgins were doing this, then we'd be
They're
like,
come
all
on,
right,
you got to arrest him.
But I love Ichiro.
But Ichi,
You love him.
he should be able to do whatever he wants. He really should.
He's earned the hall pass forever.
Yeah, I love the guy.
He is greatness. And I'm glad that Mariner, because there was a while there where some Mariner fans kind of poo-pooed Ichiro at the tail end that thought he was a very selfish
I think your
player.
brother didn't like him.
Yeah, he was kind
thought
of an
he was-
anti-Ichiro guy. And I'm glad that Ichiro has come full circle and Mariner fan appreciates that you had one of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
And had he come over at the beginning, he would be the hit king.
Such a unique player.
He would have toppled Pete Rose.
When you think about him.
Yeah, and they always say the same thing. If he wanted to, he could have been any type of player. If he wanted to hit for power, he 100% could have. He chose to be that style of player. He's one of one.
He really is one of one. God
and
bless
probably
him.
loves the game more so than just about anyone that's ever played.
It was
And
a nice first pitch.
And that's cool.
It was a nice
84, a little high, but
nice first pitch.
full windup, by the way.
Yeah.
High leg kick.
He even called the pitch. Did
Yeah.
you see he called
he
fastball?
called it, yeah.
Yeah.
You think he's going to break off a curve? Oh, no.
Well, if he is, you got to tell Dan Wilson.
Dan Wilson.
He's out there. No cup.
No, he's out there with his glove. I secretly think Dan Wilson was like, oh, my God, don't. Just come on, Ichi, let's.
Well, that's probably why Ichiro threw it high.
Yeah. He's like,
he knows. It's respect.
I don't need to take one of these off the shin right
We don't need another Mitch Haniger.
No.
We just got rid of one.
I wonder if we ever interview Dan Wilson, I'm asking, hey, did you cup up for that? There's part of you that had to be a little concerned. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if Wilson slipped one in. He's like, I got it.
To be careful.
Just to be careful.
All right, guys. Well, big Friday show. We know Joey Harrington. He sent me a picture of him overseas.
Yeah.
In Europe.
Yeah.
I don't even know where he is.
I think he's in Amsterdam.
Oh, is that? Yeah, it kind of looked Amsterdam-y.
Yeah, I think he's in Amsterdam.
So he's not going to come on our show today.
No.
And Jordan Schultz was supposed to be here, but he's had an emergency. He's out. And look at our all-star, Will Ortner.
He never
again.
The man's
the
a
guy
machine.
does every show on the fan.
He's just a blue-collar worker living in a white-collar world.
You are.
He's just grinding. Klondike Will Ortner.
We were talking about awards yesterday.
Yeah.
That guy right there deserves an award for this week.
I am getting an award right now. It's OT pay.
Yeah. The best ability, availability.
The best what? The best ability is indeed availability. Thank you.
Make the club
Thank you
in
so
the
much.
tub.
Well, thanks for filling in, Will. Schultz is probably just hung over from Mariners game.
It's possible. That was an exciting game.
That was a great game.
Mariner fan went from, oh my God, because I saw my buddy go through the emotions. Oh my God, we're terrible again, to now World Series champs.
Can't hit.
Yeah.
This lineup sucks. Jorge Polanco sucks. And then he belts one.
Hey!
You're like, they're pretty good. Yeah, it's going to be a good year, maybe.
I had to calm him down and tell him that, because he was like, the A's, and I'm like, no, this guy's actually a good pitcher, so it's all right.
Who? Severino.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the A's kind of got better.
Yes. The
guy pitching tonight's pretty good.
There are some people that think that the A's can be competitive in that division.
It's not us.
No.
But some people.
Yeah. Some people. I've seen some experts that think that they're a sleeper wild card team.
All right. Let's get started. Just how much time are we wasting with replay reviews? That's next on The Fan. We've got no day baseball today, by the way. The day after opening day, we're now into
regular.
We're into the rut of like
Yeah, we got the well, that's not true. The Rockies and Rays are in the top of the ninth right now.
There's a game.
There's a game.
Sorry.
But I think
wait, Rockies and Rays counts?
Rockies and Rays counts. I think that might have been postponed. Did that I don't know.
From yesterday?
I think that may have been postponed from yesterday.
Oh.
But that's the
Who's
only
winning?
Game. That is 2-2, top of 9.
Big game. Is that the one in they're playing at the Yankees AAA or the Yankees spring training park?
The Rays are playing all year. Yeah, so they would.
Is that where that game is?
Yeah, that's at the Rays home stadium now, which is I don't. It used to be Legends Field when I lived in Tampa. Now I think it's George Steinbrenner Field. I think they changed it to Big Stein. But yeah, they're going to play there seemingly for a while. Because remember, the Trop it needs to be fixed, and then the Rays turned down the new ballpark.
Well, yeah, we talked about that while you were gone. I was just asking if this game today is at that park or if it's in Denver.
No, it is in.
It's at that park.
It is at that park.
Yeah, we talked about that while you were gone. That Tampa, the owner says that because the Trop got ravaged by the hurricane, it delayed the vote on the funding for the new stadium.
Yeah.
And that pushed it back by a year.
And so he just said
And so
no.
he said the cost overruns, he backed out because of the cost overruns. So they're really in a pickle now. They don't have anything. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Are they still fixing the Trop though?
They are going to fix the Trop, but the new park that they agreed to was going to be on the site of the Trop.
Yeah.
So they don't, I mean.
Is he going to use this as another excuse to try to move him?
Well, they're saying they're kind of. I think they're going to try to force him to sell it. Because they've pissed him off now. They've pissed off baseball. Manfred, I think, even came out and urged him to sell. So they might force him out.
Because I do know that they said they're not going to deal with expansion until the A's and the Rays are settled, and the A's seemingly are settled, even though they're in Sacramento. Supposedly they're going to Vegas. And so we thought, hey, maybe in a year we could get an announcement on expansion, but now we got the stupid race thing.
I brought up the idea, and this wouldn't happen because you've got Nashville, you've got Montreal, but what if Salt Lake came in and bought the Rays?
Well, then you'd be almost guaranteed to get a team in Portland.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So what if Salt Lake came in and bought the Rays?
Yeah.
And then Portland's the last team for expansion out west?
Dude, that would be... Yeah.
I mean, you probably want that.
Absolutely.
Because the only wrench there is Montreal, because Montreal has a guy who's always been sniffing around the Rays.
Yes, and supposedly...
And they want to bring baseball back
They want to bring baseball back. Nashville is all but guaranteed a team when they expand.
Yeah. But if one of those three...
That's what I wonder, though, because they
buys the team.
They said originally the reason why that we were even in consideration is they wanted one West Coast or West Coast adjacent to balance out the Nashville. Problem is, I wonder if we got the Rays out here, does that, because it's a time slot thing, does that kind of take up that zone, and then does that free up baseball to be in Montreal and Nashville and then not have to worry about out west?
Possibly.
So
I know a lot of people have brought that up, but I mean, I don't know that that's as critical. I mean,
I don't know.
You would have to look at how to restructure.
Yeah. I just know that supposedly that was the thing is they want another West Coast time slot, and Salt Lake doesn't deliver that, but it comes close enough to where you could get more of those
well, it seemed to me that
late game starts.
If you've got the Rays and then you've got two expansion teams, let's say the Rays get sold and move, and then you've got two expansion teams, you've got 3 new markets.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they would, if 2 of those markets were west and one, I guess, mountain. Yeah. One west, one mountain.
Yeah.
Pacific and mountain. And then one was east.
Yeah.
I don't think that's any different than one mountain and 2 east.
Yeah.
Or one west and 2 east. You know what I'm saying?
If you could find a way to get Salt Lake off the table and they still wanted a western expansion, it would basically guarantee you, because there's not another viable option out here. It's us and Salt Lake.
But I'm just saying, like, if Salt Lake got the Rays, it's still west and east for expansion.
I would hope so. But I don't know. I don't know if that balance shifting the Rays out here, I don't know if that tweaks it.
But then if Nashville got the Rays, could you do Mountain Pacific for expansion?
Yeah.
Or would you have to have something? I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
But that's the latest on that for whatever reason. Why are we talking about that? Oh, we've got the Rockies and the Rays today.
Live from Tampa.
Hot.
So you have the
Hot.
you have the Tampa Rays playing in a minor league stadium, but at least in their own city. Actually, it's a different city because they're not actually in Tampa; they're in St. Pete. And then you got the A's. Are they? Here's another question: are the A's the Oakland A's, or are they the Sacramento A's, or they're the Las Vegas A's?
You're now doing the show that we did while you were gone.
Damn it!
They don't want to be called anything. They don't want Oakland. They don't want Sacramento, and they don't want Vegas.
They're just A's?
They want to be called the Athletics.
Oh, I don't like that. All right.
So that's what they said.
We were having a debate last night watching it, so all right.
Yeah.
Rick Riz had a point where he called them the Oakland A's, and then you could tell his producer's talking in his ear not to do it, and he goes, whatever, find me.
Nice. Look at Riz.
Salty Rick Riz.
Gets hit in the head by a foul ball, and all of a sudden he's just, he's like.
Well, he's getting old.
When you foul.
He was on with Dirt and Sprague, and Rick Riz says he has not heard that call yet.
Oh, really? Why didn't they play it for him?
I think he was a little weird about it. I think they could tell.
No way.
Which, by the way, you still should have played it. He said he's heard from people that it's like kind of become a viral thing, but Rick said that he had not heard it. And by the way, I didn't believe him.
When you foul.
There's no way that someone hasn't played that for Rick Riz. And this is why Rick Riz doesn't come on this program, because we instantly would have played it 9 times.
When you foul.
Like, hey, Rick, can you walk us through step by step?
Walk us through this. What is this? Rick, can you repeat?
This is why Rick Riz does not come on this program.
Well, he wouldn't know. We could sabotage him, but we don't want to do that.
As someone says, I like this. I'm calling them the non-binary A's.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, them, they.
Them, they. Them, they A's. The non-binary them, they
Them A's. Let's call them them A's.
I like it. Them A's. No.
Well, now we've blown through a segment.
For hell's sakes. Good thing we have 19 more.
Well, that's not true. How many do we have? We have 16. 14 more.
14 more.
So we're running out.
Whatever will we do? We have so much to get to. Oh,
it makes me sad.
Oh, we do. I want to tell you about the Wall Street Journal has put the stopwatch to all of the replay reviews in the tournament.
Oh, it's brutal.
And they have an actual amount of time that we have lost sitting there waiting for the officials
I want
to review.
I want a new lawsuit. Everyone's suing the NCAA. I want to go Mr. Hand Fast Times. I want to sue the NCAA for all that time. And like they have to square that deal with me because it's unwatchable at times.
So we'll get to that next, but first, Will with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the Mariners are looking to start their season 2-0 tonight behind the starting pitching of Luis Castillo. He's going to be opposite the A's starting pitcher Jeffrey Springs. The Mariners are favored on the money line at minus 145. First pitch is scheduled for 6:40. Colorado and Dion Sanders have agreed to a 5-year, $54 million contract extension. That's going to keep him with the university through 2029. Sanders will now be one of the highest paid coaches in all of college football. Over in the NBA, the Memphis Grizzlies announced today they are parting ways with their head coach Taylor Jenkins. He spent 6 seasons with the team. The Grizzlies currently sit in 5th place in the Western Conference. According to ESPN, Shams Charania, Charlotte Hornets star LaMelo Ball will miss the rest of the season as he undergoes 2 minor procedures to address ankle and wrist issues. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. Weekdays 3 to 7, 1080 The Fan.
Spring is on its way, which means it's time to step out of your
guys.
We think?
We do think.
We
Or
think.
do we know?
No, we know. The Rays have walked off the Rockies in the first Major League game at George Steinbrenner Stadium.
It is officially George Steinbrenner Stadium.
I don't know. I was just going off what you said. And I don't even know if it's the first Major League game there. Maybe they've played another Major League game there. I don't know. Here's what I do know. The Rays are 1-0.
Okay. Our Rays.
Yeah, our Rays. Future Portland Ray Cameron Meisner walks it off with a home run in the bottom of the ninth.
It's a nice stadium down there. Used to watch spring training games there, and it's a nice field.
So Wall Street Journal did a little bit where after the Arizona-Oregon game, they were complaining about the same thing we were.
Yeah.
And they wrote an article called The March Madness Phenomenon That Instantly Drives Fans Crazy, and it is all the stupid reviews at the end of games.
Yeah.
It's just absurd.
I believe the Oregon game, there were 5 possessions in a row that had to be reviewed. And that doesn't even include the timeouts and the fouls. You know, I was watching that game, obviously having a vested interest in the show in Oregon. I considered turning the damn thing off and being like, you know what, I'll go watch highlights. It was that bad.
Yeah, they said that game, we lost 25 minutes to just watching them watch for review, or like watch the monitor on reviews.
25 minutes.
25 full U.S. Meridian minutes.
And that was in the last 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
What are we on, Greenwich Mean Time?
I don't know. Sounded good.
All right, I like it.
So they said in total, there have been at least 52 reviews so far, and together they've lasted a grand total of 111 minutes and 23 seconds.
That's brutal.
Considering that a college basketball game is only 40 minutes of action, that's nearly 3 full games worth of watching officials huddle, stare at a monitor, and eventually announce their decision.
Yeah, there has to be a better way to do this.
The calls in question have included goaltendings, hits to the groin, and one instance where the refs checked for a flagrant foul only to realize the player had been smacked in the face by his own teammate. Rules analyst Gene Steratore got called on to offer his insight so often that he could be forgiven for once referring to the round orange thing bouncing up and down as a football.
Someone is saying that is a combined 73 timeouts.
That's combined with 73 timeouts. I think he's saying that there are a bunch of timeouts. And he's right.
Yeah.
It's not only the reviews.
It's all the timeouts.
It's all the stupid timeouts.
I thought he was saying that was like if you put all the timeouts together. But yeah, it's
and the other annoying thing is when they review something, it takes them double time because they're also reviewing, well, how much time do we have to put back on the clock?
Yep.
Like, did you see that last night? Did you end up watching the end of the Texas Tech game?
Yes, because we were flipping back and forth between some of the NCAA games and the Mariner game.
So, Arkansas guy misses a free throw. I don't remember the exact scenario, but the Arkansas guy missed a free throw with like 28.1 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
And the clock didn't start. Did you see any of this?
No, I did not see this.
Okay, so the clock didn't start. So they get it up towards half court. They realize the clock doesn't start. They call a timeout to review and get the clock right.
Sure.
So now you got to go check, okay, so how much time do we have to put back on the clock? Well, it started at 28.1. So that seems pretty simple, right?
Sure.
Well, they reviewed it for 5 effing minutes, and then they came back with 24.7.
Why?
I don't know. And they never explained it.
Of course not. It's just it really is a problem, and I am usually of the ilk of get it right? Like I would say this about football. People are like, oh, I want to go back to the days with no reviews, and I'm like, you can't do that. You can't have playoffs and Super Bowls decided on something that clearly everyone in the world can see in HD is wrong, and then the call on the field. You can't have it. But with basketball, there's already this idea that you don't need to start watching until the fourth quarter, or you don't need to start watching until 5 minutes left. It's the most important part of the game, of any game. And I do think it is a major problem that basketball has in general viewership, is the part of the game that you're supposed to be like, oh my God, this is the best part. For a lot of people, myself included, is unwatchable. You can't have the most important part of your game be the worst part of your game. And that's what you currently have in basketball. And I I try not to complain about it too much because I don't have a good solution for it. I don't know what the solution is, but this is a major problem for the sport.
And I think they know that. So so in the NIT this year, because I know you've been watching a lot of NIT action.
I love the NIT. Between that and the women's tournament, I mean, I'm swamped with things to watch.
The NIT this year, there's a new rule, and they're testing this, and it allows coaches to challenge out-of-bounds calls in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So the official does not have the ability to review it on their own.
Good.
The coach has to challenge it.
And have we seen some progress with that?
It doesn't say.
Yeah, because it's the NIT
no one's
and
watching.
no one would know. If a tree falls in the NIT and no one's around, did the tree fall? It's a good question. But yeah, I would like that. And if you don't have timeouts, then you don't get to challenge it. Right? Like
that seems pretty simple. I mean, why not? Yeah, I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, and then the problem that we have, I guess, with that is that then you run into this with the NFL, which is why in the last 2 minutes, everything isn't challengeable. It just goes right to the booth review. I just don't understand why, in this day and age where we have instant cameras, why can't you just have someone like they have in football, the speed review? Because I get it. If it's a bang bang play and it really needs to be dug through, I understand. But some of these don't seem that hard, and I just wish maybe there was someone up there that's literally sitting with the TV people, right? And he has access immediately to every view that the TV has. Because that's what I hear all the time from people. It says, hey, if you're actually down there, it takes a long time to figure out what view, and it's on this little monitor. Meanwhile, some of us that are just at home on the couch, 9 beers deep, we can see the perfect view within 30 seconds of, oh no, this is the way it is. I wish there was just a way that we could have that command center where you had someone there that says, no, I saw this. This is a quick review. We're going with this, ball this way. And that's the one that to me feels like that's the easiest way to get some of this corrected. And then, yes, if you have 1 or 2 a game that are really need to be dug through, that are bang, bang plays, sure. But some of these don't seem that hard and shouldn't be taking 5 minutes.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I would also add that I think a review to find out if you need to put 0.3 seconds back, forget it.
Exactly.
It's just, and I don't know, it's not football.
Yeah.
It's just football. I get pretty much reviewing everything. Basketball, I think it's different.
It's hard.
You don't need to review every little thing.
I tend to agree.
Well, I'm glad we solved that. They should come talk to us.
Well, I do think if basketball was smart, they would address this sooner than later.
Well, they already are. I mean, like I said, they're testing that in the NIT. They know. I mean, they know it's a problem.
Yes.
It's just.
And it may not be an easy solution, but you better come up with one.
Well, here's what's going to happen. We're only just now getting into the meat and potatoes of the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
This weekend and next weekend, if you get a big marquee game, say Duke's playing, and you get an Oregon-Arizona situation, people are going to lose their crap.
Yes.
It's going to go so viral, it's going to force them to.
And maybe that's what we need. Maybe you do need like a real outrage in a big moment to get someone to stand up and be like, we're not doing this crap anymore.
In one other Texas Tech note, I just have to corkscrew this in here. You said you were flipping back and forth. Did you happen to catch Harlan? Well, first of all, he was great. Kevin Harlan was on that call, right?
He's a national treasure.
Was he on that call?
Yeah, it was Kevin Harlan. He was awesome.
He was really good. He was
awesome.
He was so fired up for that because it really was a great comeback. They said it was the second biggest comeback in Sweet 16 history.
So it's funny in that it was 16 at one point when we stopped really paying attention to the Texas Tech game. And then like we had the little score bug and then I was kind of checking it out on my phone and I was like, "Oh my God." But I want to say it was 13. It was a 13-point lead with like 3 and some change to go. We didn't even flip over until it was like, it got down to like 5. And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, you got to flip over to this. How do you blow that lead?
Williams came alive and Frederico got like every offensive rebound possible. I mean, that one possession, he had 4 by himself because they couldn't hit a 3-pointer.
Well, I'd like to state for the record that Arkansas, and they even said it on the broadcast, they were really good in the first half shooting. They can't shoot.
Yeah.
So that I don't know who the color guy was, but he kept talking about this. He's like, Arkansas is not going to keep shooting like this. And they didn't. Yeah. They just, how do you lose that lead? They just were hot for the first half and they were not in the second half. And then like Will said, Williams, they couldn't handle Williams. And that leads us to Federico.
It's a great name. It's no God Sham
I'm
God.
sorry. That's the best name in college basketball.
It's a great name.
And maybe the best name in college basketball history.
God Sham God.
Okay, I'll put it up there. but come on, his name is Federico. That's his name.
It's a great name.
And we only learned that last night.
Yes.
That's the beauty of the tournament.
Never heard of him
Never
before.
would have known that.
No idea.
But we're watching Texas Tech, and then Harlan's like, well, Federico, because he kept stumbling over it, and he's like, Federico. It's not Fred, it's Fed. Federico. He lives to see another day.
The only thing I'll say is that Texas Tech does,
like bowl,
and I mean nothing for me. Arkansas at least is a nice story. You got Calipari, the whole, Arkansas's got some history to it, comes over, didn't have a team, puts it together. I was pulling for Arkansas. I was a little bummed that Texas Tech pulled away with that.
Wild too. Texas Tech that coach for Texas Tech is really good. And
that's the wife beater.
What?
Is that the alleged wife? Isn't that Chris Baird? Oh, no, he's at Ole Miss.
He's at Ole Miss.
Sorry.
Yeah, Grant McCaslin.
Yeah.
Is his name. He's a really good coach. And they're not jump off the page. They're not like Alabama.
No.
Okay, Alabama's fun to watch.
Yes.
Texas Tech, not as much. But Texas Tech does have a good offense. It's just that Arkansas's length gave them so many problems last night. What's wild about the college basketball tournament is you'll hear about a name. Like, for example, JT Toppin. JT Toppin is a lottery pick next year. He plays for Texas Tech. Down the stretch of that game, if you tune in, it's like, okay, I'm going to tune in. I'm going to watch for JT Toppin because he is the best player in that game. He was awful.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't awful. But you look at him and go, that's the best player in the game. Williams ended up being the best player in that game by a mile.
Yeah, was it Darian or whatever?
Yeah, he was awesome. He saved his team, and hit the three to tie it. But JT Toppin is their star, and you watch. It's just so funny. The tournament, you watch him, and you're like, "That's JT Toppin."
Yeah, Brendan Miller had that for Alabama. I remember one year Colorado had a guy. Was it Williams that was supposed to be like a guy that the Blazers were on their radar, and it turns out he wasn't even starting for Colorado. He was like coming off the bench. Zach Collins was this way at Gonzaga. Yeah, you hear a guy's a lottery pick. Well, I'll tell you, Igor Demon for BYU. Their 6'9" white guard. He's the Russian kid. Going into this year, everyone said that's like a top 4 pick. And every time I watched him play, I was like, huh? What? But so much of the NBA is it's based on what you could be. It's based on ceiling, not actually what you do.
Well, we're almost to 4 number 1 seeds in the Final Four.
Oh, and by the way, it turns out that whole not tanking for Cooper Flagg, maybe not the best idea because he's really good.
Yeah, he is.
I know we hear all the time about like, oh, it's overhyped. No, it turns out Cooper Flagg is
pretty good.
Really good.
Yeah, the Alabama Duke game could be pretty fun.
Absolutely.
That'll be tomorrow, right?
My guess is though that Duke plays defense. Duke's exciting whites I think play defense. Unfortunately for Provo, our exciting whites do not. So I'm guessing Alabama will not shoot like 50% on 53s.
So Alabama, Duke, Texas Tech, Florida, and then we'll see what happens.
We got tonight's games. We got Ole Miss, Michigan State. I think is the first one off.
But you could get 4 number 1 seeds, or you could get you still have the possibility of 4 SEC teams in the Final Four.
Yeah.
Would you want that? Well, you wouldn't because you bet on Duke.
I got Duke to win the whole damn thing. So
yeah, you need them to win.
I would not. I'll tell you what though, if you could pencil it through, bets aside. You could pencil it through. Give me Florida and Duke right now. Let's go.
Yeah, I think we all want to see that
Florida
game.
Duke for the whole damn thing. Let's do it.
I mean, those are probably the 2 best teams.
We'll see how
Houston responds. Auburn's funny because they're awesome and amazingly talented, but yet like no one believes in them.
Yeah.
It feels like they have all kinds of problems, but yet they just keep winning.
Sure.
So
I don't want to see Michigan State.
Izzo.
Yeah, one
Izzo to the Rizzo.
One, I don't like Izzo, and 2, they're like watching paint dry. I don't.
They're not that fun, are they?
No, they are not.
They're like Texas Tech.
Yes,
and
so that's just
Alabama, Duke fun.
I would
Kentucky, Tennessee's not that fun, but Kentucky is. Houston's great. Auburn's great. Florida's great. Who am I missing?
Who else is in there?
There's really not that many boring teams left.
No. I just don't. I say what you will. I want to see points. I do not want to see a game played in the 60s. It didn't go well for BYU last night, but that was fun watching.
Yeah.
In the first half when that was close, that was fun watching those two teams just go down and go at each other.
So they shot 51 threes.
51 threes, I believe, yes.
You know how many shots they had in the game total?
60-something.
66.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And the best part is they were hitting 50% of the threes. People are like, well, why would you... If you're hitting 50% of your threes, why would you do anything else?
They said that was the first time since, do you remember the Christian Laettner shot against Kentucky?
I do remember that.
That was the first time two teams scored over 100 points on the same night, or maybe it's at the same regional. No, it wouldn't be at the same regional. Or would it? Yeah, I guess it's at the same regional because Alabama and Duke are playing.
Mm-hmm.
Two teams scored over 100 points since that night of Laettner over Kentucky.
Who was the other side?
The other one I think might have been. I think it might have been Michigan, but I can't remember.
Okay.
But that's like in the early 90s,
Yeah, in the
93.
90s. Yeah.
That's the last time you had two teams in the same regional score 100 points.
Well, and now we get it. Duke Bama tomorrow.
So this is where, as we've been talking about, this is where it's starting to get pretty freaking fun.
Yes.
And fun to watch. Like it's not as lame as in years past with the play. I mean, there's some pretty top-notch
Exactly.
basketball.
And even though there's no Cinderella, this is good love. This is good high-level basketball.
All right, Friday headlines. Dion gets paid and chaunts to the Grizz. Coming up on The Fan. March Madness talk right there. Got all tight in my pants.
Sports.
Yeah, we got games coming up here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I will say that Kentucky, Tennessee does a little something for me.
Does it?
Yeah. I know Kentucky's won both of those, and Rick Barnes has a history of bowing out. And Kentucky, I don't know, I've seen Kentucky play a couple times, and they've got BYU's old coach.
They're fun to watch.
And they're fun to watch. I can get behind Kentucky, kind of being a 3-seed little dark seed or a dark horse. I can get behind that.
Right. That's next hour, I think, too.
Yeah, that's 4:30. Ole Miss, Michigan State,
I know.
These games, that's the
good
one.
Good matchup, but
Kentucky, Tennessee is the game that I think I'm most interested in. And then, I don't know, Purdue, Houston. I don't mind watching Houston play. Just they're so rugged.
Yeah.
It's not the most exciting brand of ball.
I like them, too.
But I do kind of like watching them just because they get up in your kitchen and just beat the hell out of you.
That'll be an interesting matchup, those two.
Yeah.
And then Auburn, Michigan.
Hey, and
we'll keep an eye.
Well, Michigan's the team that everyone wrote off losing in the first round to San Diego State, even though they just got done winning the Big Ten. Oh, and turns out the Big Ten's pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Quick trivia, and then we're going to get to Friday headlines in our next segment, okay?
Trivia away.
I saw this on Get Up this morning.
Oh, will you watch
And no, I don't watch Get Up, but it was on the TV.
Sure.
And they flashed this trivia. Anytime they flash a trivia question on the television or like a video board, you got me. I'm in. I want to know. So the question was, which coach has won the most tournament games as the betting underdog since 1985?
I'm guessing Tom Izzo.
That is incorrect.
Okay.
Tom Izzo, I think we said this while you were gone. Tom Izzo has won the most tournament games as the higher seed.
Okay. But not necessarily the underdog.
But not the betting underdog since 1985.
Okay.
You should be able to get this.
Well, I'm guessing he's still in the tournament.
He is not in the tournament.
Oh, he's not in the tournament?
No.
Really?
Huh. Izzo, by the way, number 2 on this list.
But he was in the tournament. He's just been eliminated.
This year?
Yeah.
No.
Who am I?
He's a classic.
Who am I missing?
He's a Hall of Fame coach.
Huh.
And he was always he always had teams that gave people fits.
Problems, huh?
Boeheim?
Yes, Jim Boeheim.
There you go. Yeah, that makes sense.
Jimmy B.
Well, I mean, he was that year that he made a Final Four when he was like the last team in. I'm guessing Carmelo Anthony's freshman year, they weren't thought to be a championship contender with a freshman leading the team.
Well, I think Melo was a big deal, but that was before freshmen led teams to titles.
Yeah, it was, and even now, I mean, it's not always the freshman. I mean,
wasn't he the first?
I think he might have been the first that was like the best player on the team.
And then Davis.
Yeah, Anthony Davis led one.
And now Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, though. I mean,
it doesn't.
No, when you have a team that is the best player is a freshman, that usually is an indicator that this doesn't go your way. But I mean, that's what I said. Flagg last night had 30, and I know that Arizona kind of, Caleb Love, who's the opposite of the freshman. He seems like he's been in college basketball forever. He tried to make that a game, but dude, Cooper
35 did he have?
Yeah, I think he had 35.
They just didn't have the defense.
No.
They couldn't stop him.
No, but I mean, Flagg, I want to pull it up because he had I know he didn't have a triple-double, but
he's awesome.
He had 9 of 19, 3 of 5 from beyond the arc, 9 of 10 at the free throw line, had 6 boards, 7 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks, and only had 1 turnover. I mean, dude, that's a virtuoso performance. Yeah. And by the way, I would like to point out that is supposed to be a high school senior. That dude,
how old is he?
I think he's 18.
He just turned 18 in December.
Yeah, he reclassified. That son of a bitch is supposed to be playing in the main state tournament right now. Which, by the way, that's very unfair to anyone in the state of Maine.
Yeah, no kidding. They're all like, whew, dodged a bullet.
Well, you ever see highlights of Derrick Henry, in high school? You're like, what? Or I remember in Dominican Sue playing here locally.
He was awesome.
Some high
Wasn't
school.
he a quarterback?
No.
He wasn't?
No. Dominican Sue was a lineman. But the idea that some 230-pound left guard at Jesuit was forced to block in Dominican Sue, it's not fair. And there's some poor bastard white guy at Maine that the last couple years had to defend Cooper Flagg, and that's not cool. There should be some sort of mercy rule where you're like, look, I'm not doing this. Hey, reclassified, and he's doing. He's the best player in the country.
You know, does it make you feel old that he was born in 2006? He was born when you and I were already doing this show.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
Yes.
And he has a haircut
Shut
like
up.
he's 12 years old.
All right.
You got to work on that.
There's more March Madness. God,
we give you all the madness.
We do. We can't quit you.
Yeah.
Madness.
By the way, and
We
I would
love
also
you.
like to state this, speaking of madness,
Thank you.
and I may be the only one that doesn't care because I've seen everyone talking about it. Who gives two S's that Josh Giddey hit a shot to beat the Lakers?
Oh my God.
I don't care.
It was all over today.
Yeah, why?
Well, I think it leads them into the new Colin Cowherd discussion of what's wrong with the Lakers.
I don't.
They love that. The national media loves nothing more than the topic of what's wrong with the Lakers.
Yeah, the crappy ass Bulls hit a miracle shot, and okay, cool. Go away, Josh Giddey. Go sleep with another underage girl.
All right. Up next, Friday headlines. Coach Prime gets paid on the Fan.
from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, you got 4 big college basketball games going on today. The action's about to get underway in Atlanta. Georgia, Michigan State, Tom Izzo taking on Ole Miss and Chris Beard. Right now, the Spartans are favored by 3.5. Tip-off is about to get underway in about 4 minutes. At 4:39, you got Tennessee taking on Kentucky. The Wildcats have beat the Volunteers in their first 2 meetings. Despite that fact, Tennessee is favored in this one by 4.5. The late games feature number 1 overall seed Auburn Tigers. They're taking on the Big Ten champions and the Michigan Wolverines. Tigers are favored by 8.5. Tip-off for that game is going to get underway right around 6:39. And then the action is going to wrap up right around 7:09 in Indianapolis with Purdue taking on Houston. Houston is favored by 8.5 there. 2 of the games for Saturday are already listed. You got Florida taking on Texas Tech in the first one. Florida is favored by 6.5. Tip-off's going to be at 3:09. Then at 5:49, you got Duke taking on the sharpshooting Alabama Crimson Tide. Duke is favored by 6.5 in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the North.
What?
All right, nice to have you along. It's our second hour of radio broadcast today. Isaac and Sooth, that's right. On the air since before Cooper Flagg was born.
Yes. Broadcast excellence.
I mean...
Hey, broadcast...
broadcasting.
Capable?
Broadcast capable.
I like that. Broadcast capable.
So we got a couple of big sports headlines that have moved the needle today. One is that Dion Sanders just got paid. 4th highest coach in college football. He's the 4th highest coach? Like, smokes a lot of weed, or?
I don't think he's a drinker or a smoker.
No.
I think he's a man of the Lord.
So you mean highest paid coach?
Do you believe?
Yeah. A lot of dough. $10 million a year.
54 mil. I mean... I don't know what to make of this.
Are you
one.
speechless?
Well, I want to give Dion his flowers because
you kind of got to pay him, don't you?
Well, yeah,
you want to keep him, but does this keep him?
Here's my thing. This is my bold take. This ends poorly with Colorado.
I don't think it's that bold.
This will not end well. I understand why you did it. I understand why you felt like you had to do it, right? But here's a guy that took over just a dog-esque program, right? And Colorado was in bad shape. But I would make the argument that there were good bones there, right? Colorado has been good. Colorado has won a national title. It's not as if Colorado has been ass forever. You should be able to have some success there. But they weren't. They sucked. And he came in and took that over. And the first year was there. It didn't do anything other than he's
4-8.
He had some excitement, but they were a bad football team. And then
but the excitement was a big deal, man.
It was.
Because that led to all the transfers, and it led to some, them selling tickets and them going viral and him being that, that's as 4-8 seasons go, that's probably the best 4-8 season of all time.
Yeah, I can see that.
Not even kidding.
And then you went 9-4, which is nice. That's a nice record, right? To go and do that.
I mean, come on.
I want to be fair because I want to pull up the schedule here, because I remember going through this. There wasn't a lot of quality wins, and he also had his son, who's going to be a top 3 pick, and he had one of the better maybe the best two-way player we've ever seen in college football in Travis Hunter. And you won 9 games. And let me pull it out again. I want to be fair. So this is let me ask you where is your marquee win? So you beat North Dakota State barely. Got drilled by Nebraska. You beat Colorado State. You beat a crappy Baylor team in overtime. You beat UCF, lost to Kansas State. You beat a bad Arizona team. You beat Cincinnati. You beat Texas Tech. You beat a Utah team that was dog mess. You got boat raced by Kansas. And then you bludgeoned Oklahoma State, who again was having an awful year. And then you got boat raced by BYU in the bowl game.
Yeah, there wasn't one in there really.
There's not a good,
Texas Tech,
right? Maybe.
But
Texas
they were
Tech,
picked. To be fair,
they were picked bad.
They were picked 11th in the Big 12.
Yes,
and they finished 4th.
I think they finished 4th or 5th. Again, 9 wins is a nice year. And so I understand what you're doing. You are selling tickets. You are relevant. You matter. People care. But you just gave him $54 million. You just gave him $10 million at a school that doesn't have seemingly all the resources in the world. And I think it is very fair to ask someone that doesn't recruit high school at all, says he's not interested in it, continually changes over his roster, so there's not a lot of continuity, continues to change over his coaching staff without any sort of continuity, that you're 2 years into this, and really the highlight is you get a lot of clicks and you beat some bad Big 12 teams. Is it fair for me to say that you just made him the 4th highest paid coach in football? One, you aren't the 4th best coach in college football. This isn't something that is really deserved, but I understand why they did it. And again, I'm just going to say that in 2 or 3 years, my prediction is that this ends poorly in Colorado, that this contract will not age like wine. It will age like bread.
Like, what's the guy's name from Michigan State that went to
Mel Tucker?
Yeah, like is it going to be like the Mel Tucker contract?
Michigan State gave him all of that money to go from Colorado to Michigan State, and they had the 1 year in the transfer portal. And Mike Norvell is this way too. Remember,
yeah,
we've seen this where teams that are rebuilt in the transfer portal, you can strike lightning in a bottle. Mike Norvell did it. Mel Tucker did it. We've seen some teams do it. What we haven't seen is a team that relies. And it's early on, so maybe, down the road, maybe this changes. I just do not feel that the way he is doing this is a sustainable model. And next year, if Colorado goes back in a very average Big 12 to being a 4 or 5 win team, are you going to sit around and be like, what the hell are we paying $10 million for? Other than he makes you relevant because he is a force of nature when it comes to press.
I guess I would ask, what would you do if you're in charge at Colorado? Your hands are tied.
Your hands are probably tied.
You can't get rid of him.
No.
You have to give him, I don't know about $10 million, but I'm guessing he wanted a pretty penny.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not stupid.
No.
He knows his value. So
he probably held you over a barrel.
Well, yeah, because you want to keep him.
Yeah.
He's the best thing that's happened to you since freaking Rashad Salam. And I'm not kidding.
No. It's probably fair to say that he has been.
Rashawn Salam? Rashad or Rashawn?
I think it's Rashawn.
Let's go to Will on this. Do you even know who that is?
Nope.
Heisman Trophy winning?
He was.
When did he win the Heisman?
He was the running back.
I was in high school, so.
Yeah, I'm not going to know that. Like, my Heisman Trophy starts at Matt Leinart.
Rashawn.
Oh, wow. Rashawn Salam. Yeah, he was the running back for Colorado when they won it.
Yes.
Or did they win it?
They did not
win
it.
Or no, that was the year that was the Joey year, wasn't it?
What?
Was that the No, or was that was before
Is
the
that
Joey?
Neuheisel as the coach?
No, McCartney.
They won a national title with Darian Hagan as their quarterback and Eric Bieniemy, and then
that's right.
And then this next version, the Rashawn Salam, they won a Heisman Trophy, and that was around that time where they had Cordell Stewart and they had Michael Westbrook, and that was in the old the big Nebraska rivalry days.
That's in the 90s.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then in 2001 they were really good, the Joey year,
yes,
where you had Nebraska,
yes,
and all that. And I don't remember who was on that team then.
That would have been.
But they were good, man.
They were good.
They had a good program.
Yes. By the way, Rashawn Salam dead.
What?
Yeah, he passed away.
What happened? What happened to my man?
He died Let's look and see this. I do remember when I saw this, I was like, yeah, he passed away. 2016, 42-year-old Salon was found dead. City Park. Autopsy was performed. Possible suicide. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Gunshot wound to the head.
Oh, my God.
He was really, his blood alcohol or content was 3 times the legal limit. And he had,
it makes me sad.
And he had a bunch of THC in his system.
Yikes.
They did not consent to the test that would have revealed that was they wanted his brain for the CTE bank, and the family said no. So they declined to have his brain tested, but he did suffer through really bad depression. So look, at 42, you're battling that depression. You committed suicide, drugs. He might have been dealing with something, but the family wasn't interested.
Can you name their quarterback from the year Joey beat them in the Fiesta Bowl? Because I just looked this up.
Their quarterback. Trying to think.
Exactly.
No, I do remember because I was getting recruited by Colorado. They had a Buckus Award-winning linebacker, Matt Russell, I believe. Colorado was good. When I was in high school and then coming out, Colorado was a big deal.
Well, that year they had Bobby Purify.
Oh, I do remember Bobby Purify. He was the running back.
Yep.
42, I believe.
Donald Strickland was on the defense.
I don't remember who the quarterback was.
Yeah.
Am I going to kick myself? Or
No, you're not. Because I'm like, what? Bobby Pesavento?
Doesn't ring a bell. That was their quarterback?
Yeah.
I would have assumed I would have known who their quarterback was. Because when you mentioned Bobby Purify, I'm like, I remember that.
They had 2. Craig Oakes. Does that name?
That does not ring a bell.
Ring a bell. He played 7 games, and Bobby Pesavento played 9 that year.
What year is that?
2001. That's the year they lost to Joey in the Fiesta Bowl.
Well,
Our friend Joey.
Well, I'll be damned, dude. I
Yeah.
I would have thought I would remember that better than I did.
38-16 the final. Anyway, what were we talking about? Colorado.
Anywho.
What would you have done if you're in charge of Colorado? You got to lock him up.
I guess you got.
And that's the going. It's like a quarterback that you know is pretty good.
Yeah, you don't have a choice.
You really don't.
No.
So I don't know if it keeps him at Colorado.
Well, the buyout is not ridiculous.
It's $12 million this year, and then it goes down to like $3 million by 2029.
Yeah, 10, 6, 4, 3.
And he can retire as long as he doesn't unretire.
Yeah.
And there's no penalty.
So, and by the way, I was wrong this year. They had certainly a better record than I thought they would. I don't think he has a marquee win in 2 years. I think you can win 9 games with an elite quarterback and an elite receiver. Playing in a bad conference or a very average conference. I think this year is going to be a crash back down to earth. I don't think they're going to be very good. And you may look and say, what the hell are we spending our money on? But I understand why they did it.
Would you have pissed him off if you go to him and say, hey, we need to prove it year out of you?
100%.
So you piss him off. You
him
can't do that.
Can't do it.
So you just got to lock him up.
Yeah.
Look, I agree with most of the criticisms of him. That said, just pay the man.
Yeah.
He's got you relevant for the first time in however many years.
Yeah.
Just see what comes of it.
Yeah.
See it through.
And hopefully, I don't even know with this. I don't know if you can keep him. If someone really came calling and wanted him, he knows there's a ceiling to what he's going to do at Colorado. There just is. And whether it was the Dallas Cowboy thing or whether it was an SEC job or whatever, I mean, he can say all he wants that he's here and he's building something. I don't know. I don't buy that. I do not think that Colorado is some sort of special place that he could never conceivably leave. I don't believe.
Well, it just got a lot more special for 10 million different reasons.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's getting 10 million a year. He's top 5 highest paid coach in college football.
I still would ask for 10 million. If I'm Colorado, I'm like, can you please get on an airplane and go recruit? Like,
well, the other thing too about this just came to my mind towards the end of our conversation here is that we always talk about this with quarterbacks. Lock them up early.
Yeah.
And 3 years down the road, the deal looks like a good deal.
Sure.
This has the potential to be that.
Sure.
Because if he does anything over the next 3-4 years, you're going to look back and go, whoa, only 10 million a year?
But I guess my argument to that, and it goes back to you have no choice, but if he were to do something, he's not there. He's gone. Because someone big will come calling with really deep pockets and with all the resources and the NIL money. Colorado, or really any school in the Big 12, is not competitive. They're just not. They make, $33 million a year? And now with when the House settlement comes through and you have to pay players revenue sharing and all that, look, if you're not in the Big Ten or you're not in the SEC, you are about to become irrelevant in the world of college football moving forward. And Dion knows it. And if he does have success, if he in the next 2 years has a pop year at Colorado where they win 10 or 11 games, my man is gone.
All right, the other headline today is that a team bound for the playoffs in the NBA just axed its coach.
Whoops.
We'll get to that next on The Fan.
Check out
look at the game. Don't do it. But we have about, we're almost at the under 12 timeout.
Mm-hmm.
How many points combined? It's Michigan State, Mississippi, by the way.
Okay, we're
almost at the under 12 timeout. There's 12 and a half minutes left in the first half.
Oh, God.
Mississippi,
okay.
Michigan State.
I'm going to say...
Combined.
Yeah. So I'm going to say you're probably... Because it's going to be low, otherwise you wouldn't be saying it. So I'm going to say it's like 20 to 50. I'll say 35 points.
35?
Yeah.
They have a combined, so far in this basketball game, 16 points. 17. Sorry, the score is 10-7.
Hey, 10-8 now. I just looked. Someone hit a free throw.
Another free throw.
This is why I said, no offense to Tom Izzo, but I don't want Michigan State in. I know it's an effective way to play, but again, if you're a hockey fan, you remember the neutral zone trap. You can win that way. It doesn't mean I want to watch you do it.
Yeah, we just got to weed these teams out and get to all the big stud teams.
Get out of here. Rough talk.
Where's Alabama? Just put them in every game. They just chuck threes. So cool. All right.
Not when your team's the one having them launched
Well,
on.
guard someone then.
Well, that's not what we do. Stop that. Quit telling us how to play.
I tell you, in hindsight, that was a terrible matchup.
Yeah, it was not good. Yeah.
I mean, terrible for
good.
you guys.
It's not good.
You probably would have had a better chance against Duke.
Probably. Didn't go well. Look, we knew what was going to happen when the exciting Whites ran into a real team.
The other thing that happened today, worth noting, is that the Grizzlies, who are 5th in the West, 44-29, they fired their coach.
Yeah.
Taylor Jenkins is out.
Well, his problem is that the best player that he has never plays. So turns out that's kind of a big deal.
Now, I'm going to tread lightly here.
Tread away.
Didn't I see something that Grizzlies guys were fighting in the huddle the other night? Did I see that? Anybody got anything on that?
That I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Danny, who knows the NBA,
yes,
was saying that this was rumored to be happening in the offseason anyway. So I don't really know why they did it now. He said he was surprised, or they said this was kind of a surprise.
Yeah.
Because they are 5th in the. they're pretty good.
Yeah, but Clark is out for the year.
Yeah.
Morant he's only played 43 games this year. Like this is one of those things. Remember, we were talking about this when it came to the Luka Doncic thing, when everyone was like, why did they trade Luka? And the feeling is that they looked and said, we are not comfortable giving a supermax to this guy. There will be problems. And there was a report out there. A couple people were saying, dude, this may become a trend. And they said, keep an eye on this. They said Ja could be the next one. They said if Ja ends up being moved, there's only one reason. Memphis looks at it and says, dude, this guy does not have the physical or the mental makeup for us to give him the new supermax. And maybe it's time to move on. And if that happens, then you know it's a thing. And he's played 9 games last year, played 43 games this year, has all the off-court stuff where seemingly he can't go on Instagram without pulling out a gun. And this was supposed to be one of the faces of the NBA, in the face of a Memphis team that looked like it was on the come-up. And now you have injuries across the board. You have a star that you can't rely on, and you just fired your coach.
Well, what does this have to do with the coach?
Maybe it's just a product of, someone has to take the fall, right? And maybe it's, you don't feel that you have control, the inmates running the asylum.
I don't know. Taylor Jenkins, I'm looking at his record.
Mm-hmm.
He's fine. Lost in the first round a couple times, lost in the conference semis the year they won 56 games, 21-22, whatever. Pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the players just didn't like him.
Could be. And they were saying, I was listening.
Because you know how NBA players are.
Oh, dude, that's the hardest.
Bunch of ninnies.
That is the hardest damn job in the league, or in any sport, is being the head coach.
Well, yeah, because it sounds like Taylor Jenkins was pretty, kind of a hard ass.
Yeah.
And NBA players ain't having that.
No.
But then if you're too light, you suck.
Well, and Danny was saying something about too that the guy that they're replacing with is some Finnish dude who runs more of a European style. Everyone gets to eat. No longer is it focused on one guy. And he was bringing up the theory: is it possible they're doing that because you can't rely on John Morant? And if you're not going to rely on John Morant, maybe you need someone that does a better job of facilitating a team kind of focus concept.
Okay.
Yeah. How did that work out for David Blatt, by the way, in Cleveland?
David Blatt.
Yeah.
Where's he now?
I have no
Remember
idea.
that guy?
But so much of the NBA does boil down to, you let the big dog eat. And if you can't get on board with that, you get flushed. Well, maybe this is the opposite, where they're like, we're trying to bring someone in that can spread out the wealth because we don't know how much we can rely on Ja Morant.
Well, that's cool, but I don't know. This is just weird timing. There's only 9 games left in the regular season, and they're the 5 seed in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So something must not been right with him. I have the odds on the next Grizzlies head coach if you'd like.
Is it anyone that we've heard of?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of names you've heard of on here. Yeah.
What do you got?
Chauncey is not on the list.
No.
Chauncey is not going to the Grizzlies.
I wouldn't think so.
Although, maybe he would.
Well, we'll see what happens and whether he comes back. They got the option on him. Who knows what's happening there? Do you want the Memphis job?
I think if you're Chauncey, you do over this one. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I just wonder. So Memphis is sitting there, like you said, they're 5th. And the last couple of years, Memphis felt like a bit of an up-and-coming team. And I get it. You have some injuries, but we see this all the time where you get a young team and they start showing some flash, they start showing some promise, and they're a top, 4 or 5 team. And then it never goes anywhere. Next thing you know, you're there for like 5 years. And this is just who you are. And I wonder if maybe just the Memphis Grizzlies, this is what they are. They're a good team that's a playoff team every year and is going jack squat nowhere.
So the guy who just got the gig, the interim guy, he's the odds-on favorite.
Okay.
But then they've got Steve Nash at 3-1 on here.
Okay.
Followed by Sam Cassell, Damon Stoudemire, Mike Brown, and Jerron Collins. And then there's Jeff Van Gundy.
Dude, go get me one of the Van Gundy brothers. Let's go.
Stan's on the list too.
Old Stan.
He was on the call of one of the games last night, and he was dreadful, I thought. But Dan Hurley's on the list too. Dan Hurley. Oh, nah, he wouldn't work in the NBA.
No.
It took me all of 2 seconds to think about that.
And that was that whole Lakers thing. Yeah, I'm sure him and Ja would blend wonderfully. I'm just looking here,
Frank Bogle.
Since Jenkins took over, so they won 34 games, lost in the conference first round, won 56 games, lost in the semis, 51 lost in the first round, 27 last year, that was Morant didn't play, 27, and then this year they're going to be the 5th or 6th seed and get bounced in the first round, and he just got fired. That's kind of what I'm saying, is that's just the definition of you're just treading water, and you feel like you've got a dude in Ja Morant. Anytime you have that guy, you're like, hey, we've got something. But this goes back to the whole report of, do you really have someone, or do you have a guy that in theory is a star that you can't really build around because he's a massive problem and is never on the floor? Yeah. And when he is on the floor, he's pulling guns.
All that's fine. It's just why now?
Yeah.
I don't get that. Mark Jackson's still sitting out there. He did a pretty good job.
Yeah. And I don't know. I don't know why.
Calipari?
I wonder if things just inside were really full on just meltdowns.
Yeah, the players probably hated him, and he probably hated the players.
Yeah. Maybe he just got into a shouty match with someone, and they're like, enough of this. It'll come out. Give it time.
Like I said, I think there was a thing the other night where a couple Grizzlies players got into it with each other in the huddle, which.
Yeah. And if you lose the locker room and you lose control of the team, maybe that's enough.
Well, Chauncey isn't going to Memphis.
Or is he?
Or is he?
Do you think he comes back?
I do, because I think that
they got an option on him.
Well, I think the Blazers now realize they kind of have to bring him back.
He was actually pretty good.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, man.
They thought he wasn't the guy, and he kind of showed them that he kind of is, and now it's like, well...
And then he's kind of screwed you over by being like you're going to have like the 8th or 9th pick.
And then it sounds like maybe he doesn't mind staying either, which is wild, because we thought maybe they'd pissed him off enough to where he'd just get the hell out of here.
Well, it kind of felt like they were trying to force him out. They're like, just quit.
I think that's what they wanted, and now they're like, well, we can't do that.
He's actually all right.
He's all right. Let's give him a little money.
Team's getting better.
I think he'll be back, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to... When you have a franchise that has no plan, how the hell do you predict that?
It's a valid point.
They have no plan.
Well, Clyde came out the other day and ripped Burt Cole a new one and basically said the same thing. He goes, as long as that dip-ass is in charge of anything.
Clyde Drexler said that?
Yeah, I remember I don't know if you were paying attention, but they honored the last finals team
No, I was not.
Well, and a lot of those guys that unfortunately have passed away, like Duck is gone and Cliff and Kersey, but Clyde wasn't there. And so people were asking, I think it was Kerry Eggers that had it. It was Kerry or Dwight, one of the old timers. I think it was Kerry Eggers had it. And someone reached out to Clyde, and of course it's a he said, she said thing, but Clyde is claiming that no one told him that, that
there's no way that's true.
That was true. And Portland's like, well, no, like, we invited him, and Clyde's like, it was a last minute thing. And then Clyde also basically came out and said that he's butthurt, and he believes that the franchise and especially Burt Cole, he named Burt by name, that it's just he just has hard feelings for the organization. And he says that it's a crappy one. And, when that's done, when new ownership comes, then maybe Clyde will, come back around.
Well, I don't know much about Clyde's acumen, but I can tell you he's spot on about that.
And I was talking.
And he played. I mean, he played there. He would know.
And he was the one. And Burt was the one supposedly responsible for getting rid of Adelman. And Clyde thought that they needed to have another crack at it. And and didn't give him that opportunity. And was one of the reasons why Clyde's like, dude, I'm done here. And it's that relationship has never really been mended. And he has a lot of hurt feelings towards that. So, look, the bottom line is, regardless of what you think, until there is new ownership, it is a very weird.
Yes.
It's just a weird situation. And I'm saying that it's that you can't be successful under this regime.
I am.
But I do think it makes it a lot harder.
I don't think you're that team. You know how teams that continually get great draft picks but never get better, that whole dynamic?
Yeah. The Washington Wizards, the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah. There's a reason why those teams never get better, is because they just are bad franchises. Yeah. I hate to say this. I do hate to say this. That's Portland now.
Yeah. I hope not.
That's what they are. But that's what they are. They need to sell, otherwise nothing will change.
Yeah.
Hey, is your Beaver missing?
Nice Beaver.
That's next on In the News. Here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop, a great spot for any occasion. And don't forget, you save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on the Fan, you got one of the college basketball games going on right now. Michigan State is trailing Ole Miss. Ole Miss leading that one 22-14. You've got a couple minutes left to go before Tennessee and Kentucky tip off. Tennessee is favored in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is your home for year-round
today.
True story.
It is currently March 28, 2025. It's time for In the News. I'm your newsman. Thank you so much. Beautiful day. Well, it's kind of cold, but
I don't know what you're talking about. It was pissing rain a couple hours ago. It was awful.
The sun is peeking out. Yeah, it's over.
I was driving back from
It will never rain
today,
again.
and it was nightmare out there on the road.
Sneaky cold out there, but it's getting better.
Also, happy birthday, 70 years old, Liquor Rick.
Liquor
I
Rick,
was celebrating at a strange little Chinese restaurant in Tualatin that Rick has been going to for years. Liquor Rick is a wonderful human.
Yeah, he was part of the Weasel Tour.
Yeah.
He texts me from time to time.
Yeah.
He's always texting me about random sports things.
Yeah. Liquor Rick having
but he keeps in touch.
Yeah, every now and then Liquor Rick reaches out, but he's
nice.
He's a good man. So I wanted that's my ITN today is happy 70th.
The Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Hot Tub Day.
I do love mine is currently out of commission.
We have a controversy.
What do you got?
Well, I was up. Can't remember if you were here. I think you were gone. I was telling this to Buck when you were away, or maybe Schulte. Anyway, I was up. I have this new LLC called You Buy, We Try.
Sure.
You buy something cool, and we'll come in and stay there and tell you everything you need to do.
Okay.
For real Airbnb people.
I like where you're going with this.
And a buddy of mine bought a place up. It's outside of Sandy, on the way up to the mountain.
Mm-hmm. Maybe on the river up there?
Right on the river. Right on the river. The river is raging right now. Beautiful little cabin with a bunkhouse and all this. Very, very cozy. But he's thinking of putting in, I said, the only thing missing is a hot tub. I told him this as part of my You Buy, We Try write-up. And he's like, well, we're going to put in a sauna.
Okay.
And this sparked a debate amongst all of us.
The hot tub versus sauna debate?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not even a debate.
Well, what's
the hot tub?
Which way? Well, see, that's what I think. But he said
your friend's an idiot.
A sauna is going to be better because it's just less upkeep, and he's going to put it right there where it's just like overlooking the river. They're putting in a sauna.
Okay, here's the problem with this. One, okay, so you're looking out of a foggy window at the river. What does that do? No one relaxes in a sauna. A sauna is like therapeutic. You're in there to sweat.
I think that's the idea.
But no, when
it's
you
like a therapeutic retreat place.
When you have a hot tub, that's where you sit and relax and have a beverage and you listen to music.
Well, listen, I'm telling you what his vision is.
Yeah, well,
his vision is therapeutic.
Well, he's a moron.
But I think the hot tub is a better play.
Yes.
But they don't want to put in a hot tub.
Well, in the hot tub, like I said, I've drained my hot tub and then I just have to clean it and refill it. So the hot tub is more maintenance, but the hot tub versus sauna debate, unless you're like Joe Rogan, dude, what are you doing?
It's not really that.
It's not really a debate. The hot tub is superior to the sauna in every way.
It's also Weed Appreciation Day.
All right. Well, and then you can smoke weed in the hot tub and then everything's great.
Are you high right now, Will?
No.
You're one of the kids. Aren't the kids always high?
I'm not a drug guy.
It's not a drug.
No, I think it's a drug.
Weed's definitely a drug.
Yeah, it's
definitely a drug.
It's a drug.
Not a drug guy.
Not to me, man.
It's a lifestyle for you.
It is fascinating, those people that literally wake up and do the wake and bake every day for like years and years. That blows my mind.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I had a roommate like that.
Yeah,
we all know that guy.
Yeah, I don't know that guy. I saw an interview with Seth Rogen that says that he has been high every day. I think he said for like 15 years. He said he went to, and the only break that he's had, he said it's more like 30 years. He just said he went to, I think it was Singapore, where like their drug punishments are not, they'll cut off hands and stuff. He said that's the only time that he has not been high in, decades.
Is that a problem? Like, when you talk about booze, like you're an alcoholic.
Yeah.
And that's bad. But with weed, is that,
to them, it's just, obviously Seth Rogen's a very successful guy, so to him, he's probably like, what? But I would say, if you are required to take a substance to kind of get through your day, yeah, I think that's an issue. Like, if you have to have a drink every day, you have a problem.
Does he have to have it, or does he just want it?
Well, for 30 years, like, at some point, like, yeah, I think that's, I think that is, that crosses over. You would think at some point over that time, you'd be like, you know what? I feel like taking a break.
But don't they say that weed's not addictive? Don't they say that?
I don't buy that for a second.
Well, they say like the chemicals aren't, but like you get a dopamine hit.
Yeah.
Like it's just addictive in a different way.
Yeah, your body, I think the idea is like if you go off of it, you may not go through withdrawals, but you know, weed guy fascinates me.
Weed guy.
Weed. And by the way, weed guy, I get it. You love the weed. Life is not all of life's problems are not solved by weed. And stop saying it because everyone is annoyed and just, man, if we all just smoked weed, it's the people's weed.
Tell that to Cheech.
Oh, God, it's the most nauseating thing in the world.
Or Chong.
Yeah, let it go.
A lost and confused beaver was found by community members on the sidewalk along Northeast Evergreen Road in Hillsboro.
The wayward beaver.
Earlier this week.
Who hasn't dealt with that?
Yeah, the wayward beaver. Got a mind of its own.
Yeah.
Hate that. Right, Will?
Whose beaver was it?
My beavers don't escape.
Creepy.
That is a little creepy.
I heard
Whose
it after I said it.
beaver was it?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was nature's beaver.
Oh, it's not owned. You can't own a beaver.
Mother Nature's beaver.
Mother Nature's beaver.
You ever thought about what that's like?
Guessing bushy.
Oh, God.
What?
Why?
Aren't beavers bushy?
I mean, kind of.
Why?
Well, they're definitely hairy.
Hillsboro police posted on X, formerly Twitter, a video of the beaver being relocated and released to the 635-acre Jackson Bottom Wetlands Preserve, which is approximately 5 miles away from where the beaver was found. The officer can be seen opening the cage. The beaver does his little waddle, his little beaver waddle.
They are adorable.
Out of the cage and gets in the water and swims away. I always wonder about that, like when you relocate. Are they like,
where the hell am
I? Does the beaver get in the water and go like, what the hell? Now I got to swim all the way back down there?
This isn't where I want to be. Or is he like, hey, this is really cool. This is way better than where I used to be.
Do they just make a new life at the new place?
I think you go find some new beavers and you're like, I don't know. You're like, what's up, beaver bros?
Beaver.
Let's do this here. New beaver, yeah. Everyone's excited about new beaver. I always
Where did that beaver come from? That's wild.
Yeah, I don't know.
In Hillsboro, like right on the street in Hillsboro.
This is like part of my we need to domesticate more animals. Like I'm kind of bored with the cats and dogs, and a beaver would be high on my list. If you could domesticate a beaver and I could have a pet beaver, 100%. Those things look adorable as hell.
They're eating the pets.
Yeah, I'm out.
You don't want the beaver?
No. I mean,
Why
I
not?
do, but not.
Why?
I mean, now you boxed me into a corner.
You just get them like some
I love
sticks
beaver.
to chew on, and then they like they make dams. I've seen a video where someone had a pet beaver, and it was constantly pulling things from the house and building a dam like in the hallway. It's like instinctual.
Cute.
I think that'd be adorable.
Cute, but not really.
You get like a little Mr. Turtle pool with a slide in the back, and it's splashing around in there, and then building a little cool like fort back. Come on, get on board with the beaver.
Fort.
Yes.
All right, I've got a story about fake ice coming up next. This is in the news on the Fan.
This is the Fan's Window
Careening toward the Hot 5 at 5. This, though, in the news, March 28, 2025. Fake ice. You knew this was going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
We have a 26-year-old Washington resident charged with criminal impersonation in Fife Municipal Court. Fife, Washington.
Yeah, so pretending to be ICE agents kicking indoors.
Yep.
Were they trying to rob him or just be asses?
This dude only faces a gross misdemeanor. I say only. But they don't know if he'll face federal charges. There was an incident outside of Emish Market. On that day, a Ford SUV with ICE in large letters next to a pseudo seal of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security on its side drove through the market's parking lot. Under ICE was a much smaller decal that said delivery.
Oh, God.
According to Fife police, the presence of the vehicle appeared intentional outside of the Ukrainian grocery store. Witnesses reported the person or persons inside the vehicle were recording employees and customers. The vehicle fled before police arrived.
So they weren't. They were just trying to bully people. They weren't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe they were trying to detain people and then using it. There's a show right now called Dope Thief on Apple where they pretend to be cops and they raid drug houses and arrest people and then just steal all their stuff and run away, which actually kind of seems like a smart idea until you rob the cartels. I thought it was more like that. Like people, trying to play renegade cop.
The assistant chief with the Fife Police Department, his name is Doug Newman, living his police dream out in Fife. He says, you can't deny that this vehicle showing up at a Ukrainian grocery store where you have customers and employees who have family members that are worried about their war-torn area, you can't deny that that is very concerning.
Yeah. It's just someone that's being an ass and is trying to prey on people. And
it is a former Tukwila Police Department SUV patrol vehicle.
And then they just put the logo on there.
Yeah. And they sell it. They sell them through private buyers.
People are wonderful. AKA pieces of crap. Cool bit, people. Hilarious.
Yeah, that's a really bad bit. Like, what are they? What do you even?
Yeah,
what are you doing?
You haven't seen these.
Well, no, I have, but it's like, what is the point? Yeah. Like, what are you trying to accomplish?
You're just being an ass. You're trying to make people scared. There was a video that went around. There was a guy who used to go pick up like migrant workers at Home Depot, and put them in the back of a truck, and then he would drive them to, ICE buildings, tell them that he was hiring them for work, and people are. We don't need it. People are terrible.
Well, you saw the
people are terrible.
Tufts University girl. Did you see that one?
No, I don't think I've seen that one.
Well, that was real. Like, the feds came and whisked her away.
Yeah.
And now there's, well, not to get into the whole thing, but
that's
it's just
why
it's controversial because they're saying it's because of her beliefs in support of Hamas.
Yeah, this is the
and there's like 6 agents.
I thought it was a guy that was leading a protest.
Well, there's that too, but this woman was just like standing there getting ready to catch a bus or something, and 6 agents, all in masks, by the way, not showing their face. Federal agents.
Yeah.
U.S. not pretending to be. They were just whisked her out of there.
It's
terrifying.
Strange times right now, man.
Don't have to worry about you, though. You're just a big white insurrectionist.
No.
They're not coming after you.
No. I think, if anything, I'm getting some sort of accommodation.
Unless they come after you and force you into their army.
My mom was an illegal.
Whoa!
Yeah.
You can't be saying that.
She was for years.
You sending ICE over to her house right now.
Yeah, she's from Sweden. No one cared.
You look fine.
We have a buddy of ours who is a tiny British fella, and he's been illegally here for like 7, 8 years.
Say too much.
And we always joke. We always joke about it with him. And we're like, no one's looking for you. He's like, say I'm all right.
In the news brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next on The Fan.
It's time from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan, the Mariners look to start the season 2-0 tonight. Behind their starting pitcher, Luis Castillo, he's going to be opposite of the A's starting pitcher, Jeffrey Springs. The Mariners are favored on the money line at minus 145 first pitch at 640. Over in college football, Colorado and Dion Sanders have agreed to a 5-year, $54 million contract extension. That's going to keep him with the university through 2029. Sanders will now be one of the highest paid coaches in all of college football. Over in the NBA, the Memphis Grizzlies announced today they are parting ways with their head coach Taylor Jenkins after 6 seasons with the team. The Grizzlies currently sit in 5th place in the Western Conference. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal...
Nice little Friday. I know we are. Sports and Hard in here. It's Rop and Sook, your sports bros. I'm Rop. That's Big Sook right over there.
Got some tournament basketball going on right now.
Yes, we do.
MLB getting ready to crank up.
Yes, it is. That's it.
I got hockey. About women's basketball?
Golf. Did you see what Scotty Scheffler did today?
No, I did not.
62.
I give it 2 thumbs.
I mean, that's a pretty good score.
It's all right.
Tied the course record.
He didn't beat the course record.
Nope, just tied.
That's what we're doing now. We're giving credit for ties.
Yeah, I think we are.
Lame.
Pretty nasty score. His putter has woken up. Watch out, Masters. That's like, hey, by the way, the Masters is the week after next.
Is it really?
I think it is. Am I right?
You think it is? You don't know.
I think it is.
I did see Jim Nance saying that he wants to broadcast the 100th Masters tournament.
Yeah, that's in like 10 years, by the way.
Yeah. So
then he's going to retire.
Thanks for that, Jim.
Jim Nance ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, no, the Masters is the week after next.
Hello, friends.
April.
Boy, that really snuck up on me. Yeah. This year's going by so fast.
Coming up here, we're going to talk about sports. In the club tonight, we've got the latest on Hawk Tuah girl. She's back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
What do you mean, damn?
I was hoping she was gone.
No, not gone.
I can't believe that has staying power.
Well, it doesn't.
Will.
She has staying power, and I do have some, but, well, he said that has staying power.
Oh, yeah.
She has staying
she's
power.
She's not a thing.
Will loves Hawk Tuah girl, and that I blame Will
Hawk Tuah
and his generation for giving rise to Hawk
Spit
Tuah.
on that thing.
So what were you going to say?
I was just, I enjoy Hawk Tuah.
Yeah.
Talk Tuah is a great podcast. Listen to it all the time.
Are you being serious?
She's got all kinds of important things that I need to listen to.
Oh, see, now you're just being an ass.
I would never do that. Got Hawk Tuah coin.
Well, it's tough to know because Will says a lot of dumb things because he's young, and that's what young people do. But I'm glad to believe now that this is bits. But I know
I would never do a bit.
I know for a while Will was actually on board and he was in love with Hawk Tuah.
Well, she's cute. I mean, I will say that.
Big fan.
Okay.
She's got great memes.
Also, 2 restaurant giants are merging to create an even crappier offering.
What are Applebee's and like Arby's combining?
You got one of them right.
All right. We're eating good in the neighborhood.
That'll be in the club. Right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
At the women's NCAAs, they cranked it back up tonight. Today, actually. Earlier today, we had the famed rivalry between Duke and North Carolina. Now, get this final score. Duke is the 2 seed, Carolina the 3 seed. Of course, Carolina knocking out the Beavs.
Yeah, they drilled them.
Duke wins 47-38.
Yeah, it's defensive battle.
Top seed South Carolina advanced. They beat 4 seed Maryland 71-67.
That's close because South Carolina seems to beat everyone by like 90 points. I think they're the 2-time defending champs, if I'm not mistaken.
LSU is a 3 seed playing 2 seed NC State right now. They're tied in the second quarter. Ole Miss, a 5 seed, takes on top seed UCLA later.
By the way, who's the LSU coach?
Kim Mulkey.
Yeah, you should check out Kim Mulkey's outfit.
Tonight?
Yeah. She's wearing some sort of mariachi thing. It's
she's known for her flair.
She's known for her flair, and yeah, she's doing some sort of Cinco de Mayo thing right now, and it's something else.
Well, just one game on the diamond this day after opening day. The Rays walked off the Rockies 3-2 down in Florida. Florida.
Yeah, in their minor league ballpark. We have 2 teams playing in minor league stadiums: the Rays and then the A's. They're playing in Sacramento.
Mariners take on the A's again tonight. It's Luis Castillo on the bump. A couple games in progress, nothing major. Early on, I don't know. Do you want scores?
Yeah, they're all just everywhere.
I mean,
you want to hear a lot of 1-0. The Orioles up 1-0 on the Jays.
Tigers-Dodgers again tonight.
Yeah.
Later.
That was a pretty good game last night.
Pretty good little ball game.
5-4.
Dodgers are 3-0. Well on their way.
I forgot about the
162-0.
The 2 Japanese games. I want that big Mets-Astros 0-0 score at the top of the first.
Number 3.
44-29, 5th in the West. Not good enough. The Grizzlies fire coach Taylor Jenkins.
He is their all-time winningest coach. Did you know that?
Well, I did after I read it today.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
the illustrious history of the Memphis Grizzlies.
They haven't been around that long.
Yeah.
Just 9 games left in the regular season, kind of a weird firing. But the team was just 8-12 in their last 20.
Yeah, I was reading about it. They've been a 2 seed twice under his tenure, but they've only won 1 playoff series, and it sounds like they thought that the regression was happening. They have a terrible record against teams that are 500 or better, and they were losing kind of control of the team. There was infighting, and it just sounds like this was one of those things where it's a desperate attempt to try to make, get the bump, get the morale back. But when Ja Morant plays, they actually have a pretty good record. The problem, he's only played 40 games this year. But someone's got to take the fall.
Number 2.
NCAAs, we're back in the Sweet 16 tonight. Of course, you already knew that. Tennessee has the early 27-17 lead on Kentucky. 8 minutes left in the first half. By the way, Mark Pope, we were talking the other day about coaches who still wear suits versus the quarter zip.
Yeah.
Mark Pope does wear suits, but tonight he's wearing a quarter zip.
It's quarter zip.
What is happening?
And they're getting hammered. I don't know. Maybe because they beat Tennessee twice this year. Maybe he wore quarter zip those 2. I don't know.
In the other game, it is at the half where Michigan State, the 2 seed, leads Ole Miss. Excusez-moi.
Flip that.
Ole Miss leads the 2 seed Michigan State 33-31. Of course, the Rebels are the 6 seed. Later, we get Auburn, Michigan, and Houston, Purdue.
By the way, that Ole Miss Michigan State game, about as boring as it seems at 33-31.
Yeah, it kind of looks like one of the old school tournament games.
Not the best.
Clunk Fest, or Clank Fest.
Clank.
But they're playing hard.
Well, Izzo insists on that. That's the one thing you know about Tom Izzo teams.
And number one, Colorado coach Dion Sanders gets a 5-year, $54 million extension today.
Ew.
Keeps him in Boulder theoretically through 2029.
It's not a big buyout, though. It's $12 million the first year, then 10, and keeps going down. So it doesn't prohibit anyone from coming to take him. It does make him the 4th highest paid coach in college football.
At $10 million a year, he will be the highest paid coach in the Big 12, and he is among the top 10 highest paid in the country.
And we talked about it. He's done a nice job there, but they aren't relevant, and they don't really have a big win since he's been there. But I don't know what you do, because he took that team from beyond irrelevant, and he has them in the limelight, and he brings them money, and he sells tickets. You're kind of forced to do this.
I would argue they were relevant, very much so, with Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders.
Sure.
The question is, what does he do moving forward? But they were kind of stuck. I mean, you got to sign him.
Yeah.
He's the best thing that's happened to you since Rashawn Salam, as we mentioned.
And yet I am making my big, bold prediction that this contract will not age well. Maybe as soon as this year.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Victor Rico's Mexican food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington, now in Lackamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. Let's get to Friday randoms coming up next. Is he or isn't he a Major League Baseball manager? That's next on The Fan. Joey Harrington will not be with us today. He is still traveling overseas at cool countries.
At soccer, I believe.
Yeah, they like to go to soccer.
Yeah.
He sent me a picture today, and it was of the family. You know, they're just such an adorable family.
It is a good-looking family.
And I had never paid attention before about, you know, like which kid resembles which parent.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Because I don't know. Do you ever, like, that's always the thing for me. I'm like, oh, you look more like your father.
My kids talk about it.
Or you look more like your mother.
Yeah.
Whatever. I noticed today that Big Jack is the mom.
I get a lot of heat because my son, Iserman, because I have the two biological, which is weird because the one that everyone says is most like me is the one that biologically isn't mine. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you about that. But my daughter is quite upset in that my son got the mom genes and she got stuck with dad's. So I hear about that quite a bit.
So I thought the oldest kid, Jack,
Yeah.
was more like Joey.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to tell, you know, but you see it in a photo and you're like, whoa, okay, so that's mom. And then little Emmett, that's Joey's.
Yeah, it stands out.
Yeah, it's very...
Absolutely.
I don't know why I said that, but...
Well, now we know.
That was the exercise I had today while looking at that photo.
Yeah.
But he will not be on our show.
No.
To talk about that.
He's busy watching Amsterdam soccer, I believe.
Are they a Major League Baseball manager in 2025?
Let's talk about it.
I have some names here.
Okay.
See how many you can get right.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 15 names on this list.
Okay, so we're not doing all the managers.
No.
We're just doing are they
Yep, 15 names.
current manager.
15 names.
Okay.
You didn't Google it, did you?
No, I did
What's
not.
on your computer?
Well, I was dealing with New York Mets things right now.
New York Mets things? That's generic.
Well, they're playing the Astros. I was bringing up the lineup. So unless you're
You were Googling who the New York Mets manager is, aren't
unless
you?
you're
You don't even know who your manager is.
Unless you're talking about the Houston Astros and the New York Mets, we're fine. What do you got?
Pat Murphy.
Pat Murphy. Sounds made up, to be honest with you.
Kind of does, doesn't it?
It does sound made up. I'm saying no. Pat Murphy is not a coach.
He's
Or
the
I guess a
manager.
manager.
He's the manager of the Brewers.
Get right the hell out of town.
0 for 1.
Okay.
David Ross.
David Ross. How about Dave Roberts? Is that close enough? Dave Roberts is indeed the coach of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
David Ross, no, formerly of the Cubs. 0 for 2. Clayton McCullough.
Clayton McCullough.
Yes.
That sounds familiar to me.
Maybe down south.
I feel like I'm trying to think. That sounds familiar. He is a manager, and I don't know where.
Marlins. 1 for 3.
Okay.
Rob Thompson. Is he or isn't he a Major League Baseball manager
Rob Thompson.
in 2025?
No, I don't believe Rob Thompson is.
He's the Phillies skipper. Clint Hurdle.
The great Clint Hurdle?
Yep.
Or are you just throwing that because we would know who Clint Hurdle is? But that I think you're trying to purposely throw us off the scent. I'm going to say Clint Hurdle, not a manager in 2025.
That is correct. Good call. Formerly of the Pirates.
Yes.
Mark Kotsay.
Again, Mark Kotsay, a manager. Mark Kotsay, I believe, was the manager last night of the Athletics Ball Club.
That is correct.
I only know that simply because I was watching the game last night.
Joe Espada.
Joe Espada. Joe Espada is a manager. Joe Espada is... Where is Joe Espada?
You are right.
Yeah. Where is Espada? I don't know.
He's the manager of the Astros. Dude, I'm telling you before I research this, you could have sat me down like the whole show.
Yeah.
And just peppered me about the Astros manager or giving me name after name after name. And I would say, no, it's not Joe. No,
Alex Cora.
The one thing I know is it's not Joe Espada.
Yet it's Joe Espada.
Ron Washington.
Ron.
Yep. Remember him?
I do remember Ron Washington.
Does cocaine like an adult.
Well, but then he came back. No, I don't think Ron Washington is a manager.
He is a manager this
Really?
year. He is the manager of the Angels.
Is this his first year back?
I believe so.
Right.
Mike Matheny.
Again, Mike Matheny at one point, a manager in the major leagues and a player in Major League Baseball. Again, I feel
Could
like
he
that's
be
too easy. I'm going to say no. Mike
the
Matheny is not a manager. of a Major
Cardinals
League Baseball team.
manager?
Well, this is based on what Suk said. He said no, and he is correct. Mike Matheny, formerly of the Royals. Stephen Vogt.
Stephen Vogt. Yes. Vogt is he is the manager of the Cleveland Guardians.
Correct. Will Venable.
Brent Venables?
Yes.
Will Venables.
Will,
Again, that
no,
sounds
Venable.
made up.
Will Venable.
I don't know. Will Who the hell is Will Venable?
Well, he's the manager of the White Sox.
Well, there you go. That's not even fair.
Idiot. Joe Girardi.
Joe
I think I
Girardi.
know this one.
Well, what is it?
Well, I was going to let Suk answer since
okay.
my answers don't count.
Joe Girardi. I don't think Joe Girardi's a manager anymore.
I also don't think that.
That is correct. Formerly Phillies.
Yeah.
Carlos Mendoza.
Yeah, he's the Mets manager.
I was so hoping you'd slip up on
For
that.
a brief minute, I was like, wait, what did you just... Okay. I had like a weird heart palpitation. I was like, are you effing with me right now? I'm like, no, all right.
Derek Shelton.
Derek Shelton's a manager. Derek Shelton is... where is Shelton?
Eugene.
The Emeralds.
Shut up, jackass. I think he's in Pittsburgh.
That is correct. And finally, guys, are they a manager in 2025 in Major League Baseball? Dan Wilson. Yes. Of your Seattle Mariners. Your and my.
What is that? How many did you give me? 15?
I gave you 15. You did not do very well.
Are you like 6?
I have you at. Hold on. I have to tally.
If you did that for the entire thing, are we getting?
Well, you're getting more because I left out some obvious,
the obvious ones.
The Bob Melvins.
Bob Melvins and Cora and Dave Roberts and
Don Wakamatsu.
I love that you tried to slip in the Mets, you ass.
I was trying to get you. I didn't.
You made me think. You made me pause. I was like, wait, what are you doing?
I didn't get you, but Joe Espada. I got to tell you, as I went through this, I'm like, wait, Will Venable, Joe Espada, and Clayton McCullough are Major League managers?
I believe that Will Venable is still made up. Even though you tell me he's the White Sox manager, I don't believe you.
You know, I'm even second guessing that now.
Go back and double check. The hell is Will Venable? Again, I assumed it was part of the Venables family. Turns out, no, he is not.
No. All right, what are the most frustrating things in sports?
Not knowing the managers named Will Venable.
That is next. Here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, couple of college basketball games going on as we speak. Right now, the second half just got underway. Ole Miss is leading Michigan State 40-37. Still with 3 minutes or so left to go in the first half. Right now, Tennessee is up 39-20 over Kentucky, and they just got a steal looking to add on to that. The late games are going to feature number 1 overall seed Auburn. They're taking on the Big Ten champion Michigan. Tigers are favored by 8.5. Tip-off for that game is going to be at 6:39. Then at 7:09, you've got Purdue taking on Houston. Despite the game being close to the Boilermakers campus, Houston is favored by 8.5. 2 of the quarterfinal games are already set. On Saturday, Florida takes on Texas Tech in the first game. Florida is favored by 6.5. Tip-off at 3:09. Then at 5:49, you've got Duke taking on the sharpshooting Alabama Crimson Tide. Duke is favored by 6.5 in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
All right. No Joey today. He's traveling. So I've got some Friday randoms here. I'll empty out the tickle trunk on you. These two go hand in hand, JC Babes.
Talk to me.
I've got something called... One sec. Bro. You're going to love this.
I can't wait.
Well, we've got the most frustrating things in sports. Somebody put together a list.
The last 2 minutes of any basketball game?
Well, yeah. I mean, you could certainly submit that.
Certainly be on my list.
I will give you that list in a moment. But I've also got something called the Sports Wife Bingo card.
Okay.
Did you see this
I
at all?
not.
So this went viral when some woman put together... That sounded awful, didn't it? Some woman.
Yeah, it did sound bad. It's not as bad as the fact that the Mets game, for some reason, is only available on Apple TV and not the MLB package. I hate that.
So she's, I don't know who this is. It's random, but she put this together and it went viral because she was watching her husband watch March Madness.
Okay.
And she put together a bingo card for watching him.
Oh, okay. So
like,
that makes sense. So every time he yells at something or
under B, bingo.
Sure.
Under B, she has, "What are you doing?" Which I say all the time. Of course, he did not say. So this is the final card. She's got X'd out what he did say.
Sure.
He did not say that, but he did say, "How's that not a foul?"
I'm trying to think of what I would put on the bingo card.
And then she has clapping, which that's an easy.
That
X.
should just be the free space.
Get down is on here, he did say that.
Yeah,
get
right.
down.
Yeah,
like for the
sure,
shot.
And
then she's got a spot for yells action, like get out. The next one, the under I, she's got and one.
Okay.
How many times do you do that?
Yeah, I get it.
Places a bet is on the bingo card.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's probably the most, like the easiest one to get.
Yeah. Well, that and the clapping. I mean, we all clap.
Clapping, yeah. Then she's got good defense.
Okay.
Him saying
good defense. Sure.
Hand gestures.
Oh, and again, that's a free space. Hand gestures. I mean, my God.
And then gives coaching advice.
I like it.
Under the eye.
I like that one.
Okay, on the end, she's got "Let's go."
Yeah.
Which
it's a gimme.
Any swear word.
Oh, I was gonna say, where's the curse word?
Yeah, she just has swears.
Swears, like it.
Restless leg syndrome.
100%. I'm a 100% restless leg syndrome guy. I do the knee bounce.
This is one that you get from me all the time.
Yeah.
It's the deep sigh.
You are a deep sigher.
I'm a deep sigher.
You are a deep sigher. You also like to throw your hands up.
Yeah.
You're also
very animated with my hands.
You're an exasperated
Was that on there?
With the hand rise.
Yeah, hand gesture. That would have been under hand gesture.
Yeah, you're a hand gesture guy.
She's got watches another game on phone or computer, so having two games at once.
Yeah. I'm not much of a two gamer. I tend to focus. I don't half-ass two things. I whole-ass one thing. I'll flip back and forth, but I usually don't do the two screens.
And on the last two lines, this is Sports Wife Bingo. She's got, yes! Easy one.
Yeah.
Argues a call.
Sure.
Argues a play. Aggressive texting. That's a good one.
Yeah. Because everyone has that one buddy, especially if they're if they have the same team or the same bet. Yeah, the aggressive texting is 100% a thing.
If he says, pass the ball.
Can he add little bitch? Because you like to do that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. You like to throw a little bitch on the end of whatever it is you're trying to tell the team to do.
Let's see if we can find that one. I don't see that. Blip, 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 ball.
Someone's saying that the girlfriends and wives started doing this during the football season this year. Look, I'll tell you what, if you are forced as a wife or a girlfriend to watch a sporting event, you could do a lot worse than coming up with a bingo game.
This is great.
This would
because
be fun.
I'm checking a lot of these. My wife's winning bingo.
And the best part is that the husband or boyfriend would get pissed, and that should only make you want to play it more. In fact, one of the squares on the bingo should be the husband or boyfriend yelling at you about watching him. Because at some point he's going to tell her to shut up or knock it off. That should be a bingo square.
And then on the O line, she's got, oh my God.
Yeah.
Complains about refs. Easy. It's over.
We think.
And then checks bracket, and that's a foul.
Yeah.
When he says that's a foul.
Yeah. They're solid.
Very good.
It's well
and
played.
I got to tell you, man, I don't think there's one on there that I don't.
There's a chance you're going to get every one of those.
I'll give you every one of those damn bingos.
I kind of now want to, because I went to a function last weekend where they were watching the games. I kind of want to just play this now myself.
I know.
Right? Like,
it's a good game.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Sports Wife bingo.
This is fun.
Yeah, somebody said, "What was that?" We need to stop here. This is big possession.
big play. Yeah. Very good. I'm trying to think of anything that I do while watching a game. Hug a pillow would be on there for me. I definitely will. I'll definitely squeeze on that one. I will announce that I have to go to the bathroom.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Instead of just and not like anyone's paying attention, but I will make an announcement at some point. Oh man, I gotta take a piss, and I will get up and go to the bathroom. So you
know this, and you still do this.
I still do it. I don't know why, but if I'm watching a game and I do have to get up to go to the bathroom, for whatever reason, I make an announcement. Am I the only one that announces the bathroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. No
one cares.
I know no one cares.
We assume you're headed to the.
I can't help it.
You went in the bathroom. We assume that's what you have to do.
No. As I'm getting up from the couch, I just want, hey, everyone, calm down. I'll be right back. Maybe it's I don't know, I'm coming back to watch it. Don't change the channel. I don't know. I just, for whatever reason, I announce a bathroom trip.
I think you got to add one that my wife would add on my card would be, God, he sucks.
Yes. You, especially watching Kansas basketball, either God, he sucks. Now, is it a separate square or is it the same God, we suck? Because you like saying the we suck as well.
Yeah, that could be two different squares.
Would going to the floor be one? Because
Are you a floor watcher?
In certain moments, if it's a tense moment, I will end up on the floor.
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be on your bingo.
That'd be on my bingo card.
See, a lot of these are specific to the husband.
Yeah. I would definitely, if it's a tense game that I am involved in or there is a significant bet, you could do it two ways. Either I end up on the floor or I stand up as well.
Yeah, the stand.
The stand.
I do the stand.
Yeah.
Only at the
very
biggest
end.
moment.
Yes. But you can't, I find watching a big moment, it's more cathartic standing or being on the floor. Sometimes it's a floor game. And that's where the hugging of the pillow comes in.
Have you ever slapped the floor?
No, I can't say that I have.
Like the shot goes up and it doesn't go in, your team loses, slam the floor.
I've done that. I broke, when my wife figured out that me watching Kansas basketball is not something she wants to be a part of, is when we were first dating way back when. This is probably back when Kansas was losing in the first round all the time.
Yeah.
I did exactly what Will said, and I broke her ottoman.
I
was so mad. I forget which game it was.
Yeah.
And I broke her ottoman, and she was like, "Oh, okay."
Yes,
may not be with you all that long.
A little awkward.
And here we are, 20 years later.
Air karate would definitely be on my list.
Yeah, I've seen you do that.
Yeah,
that's when you're excited.
When I'm excited, I will break out some air karate.
Yeah!
You do the big ha 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 ha.
Yeah. That is on mine. I also think there should be maybe an awkward moment where you make other people uncomfortable with something that you said. Either that or there is some sort of outburst where everyone watching has to do it. Jesus, what are you? That's creepy.
Yeah, makes everyone uncomfortable.
Makes everyone uncomfortable would be on there. And
anybody
also,
bite their nails?
No, I'm not a nail biter.
I don't either.
But I will also run to get beers. I will not walk. Even if it's a timeout or a commercial and I know I have plenty of time.
You won't walk.
No, there is an active, because
I hustle.
I keep all of my beer in the garage. I do not have beer in the.
Yeah, it takes up too much space.
Yeah, so there's a separate beer fridge, and for whatever reason, I have an inability to walk to get a beer. There will be a hustle, and it's not always a run. But like when you're crossing a crosswalk and you're trying to make it look like you're hustling, and so you just kind of
it's a little shuffle.
It's a little shuffle.
O-line jog.
An O-line jog, yes. There will at some point in the game be an O-line jog to get a beer and or beers.
Can I bring up something totally unrelated?
Absolutely.
On that note?
Yeah.
It makes me mad if someone does not pretend to do the O-line jog.
Yeah.
When I'm waiting, like
Yes.
if I
courtesy.
stop my car for you to get across the street,
Yeah.
if you just take your sweet time,
Yeah.
that makes me mad.
Yes.
It does to you too?
Yes, this is why I do it. Even if I'm not necessarily going faster, it's acknowledging to the person, I understand you're waiting on me.
And I'm trying to hustle.
I am trying to hustle.
for
And
you.
I want you to know that even if I'm going slow, this is my effort to make it look like I'm going faster.
Exactly.
Yes.
I do that every time.
It's a common, and the key is to pump your arms. As long as you're pumping your arms, it makes it feel like you're
shoulder
going
bounce.
faster.
And
You
I'm
need
always
the
like,
shoulder bounce.
Yeah. The shoulder bounce. Yeah.
And then I like to do a wave.
Yeah, I always wave.
I like to do the
Thank you.
I like to do the I'm hustling.
Yep.
Hand
I
up with a
acknowledge it.
wave.
Yep. Thank
and
you.
then I maybe do a thumbs up and I keep going.
I think people are surprisingly nice about that, at least around my place when I'm walking the dog.
Yeah.
Because I have to cross a busy street with little Molly 10Gs.
As do I.
And people are really nice about it.
Yes.
And they wave and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, go ahead,
Yeah.
you're good.
Yeah.
But then every once in a while, you find an a-hole. And maybe they just don't see you. Or,
Yeah, that's the worst though. I will say that I do not assume that anyone's going to stop in a crosswalk.
That's a good.
I'm too
that's
paranoid
right.
about getting my dog run down.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
Never assume.
Never assume. And someone is right. The I am 100% going to give you a come on. That's another one.
Well, we have that in drop form.
Yeah,
don't we?
that's
here on the fan.
Come on!
If it's late night and your team's like getting destroyed, will you just go to bed?
No, I have to watch it
I
out.
tend to be a finisher.
So like how Sook says, like he'll get up and just say, "I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to bed. I'll go to bed."
That's you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I will go to bed if I'm that upset.
Who's your team? I don't even know this.
You're
your-
really only going to get me this way with the Seahawks.
Really?
Maybe Mariners, but they're never good. So Seahawks
know that
is
about
really
you.
the only one.
Learning something about young Will Ortner today.
Yeah,
So
I
the
get-
Seahawks, you're into it.
Yeah, for sure. But I get jealous. Like watching you watch Kansas Jayhawks basketball, I wish I felt that.
Yeah, you just don't have it.
It's not quite because
you went to Eastern Washington, or I mean Central Washington.
No one cares. Like when we lose to Western Montana, I'm the only one upset, and no one's gonna put up with me during that. So I just don't.
Yeah, but you have it with the Seahawks. That's good.
Close-ish. Close-ish.
And yours?
You should have it with at least one.
You need it. It's important to have it. Otherwise, like then you're not really a fan.
I only have two. It's KU and the Royals.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else gets me hot and bothered like that.
And nothing quite like Kansas basketball.
No, they're two different.
Yeah, it's two different. I've been 20 years with you, and I've seen the highs and the lows, but Kansas basketball is a different.
It's the format.
It's a different. Yeah, one and done. Well, and you're really good. I mean, you're supposed to be good. There's expectations there. Whereas
Right.
Kansas City, you're playing with house money a little
That's
bit.
fair.
I will, to Will's point, if my team is getting blown out, I will quit. Even though I will say there is a lot of, I quit.
But you'll watch though.
I watch.
I watch too.
But I will.
I hate watch the rest of the way.
I make a lot of announcements to nobody. Even if I'm watching the game by myself, I will make an announcement to the dog.
Yeah.
And one of those announcements, if I'm watching the Red Wings and we go down 3 goals, I promise you at some point it will be this. I effing quit. And then I don't do anything, and it's to no one.
But you've sent it into the ethos.
Yes.
The dog heard it.
The world needs to know that I quit.
You're out.
I'm out.
And then you just hate watch and laugh at them.
Yes.
That's what I do.
I do hate watch. I do have to stick around, and then it does turn into a hate watching situation. And then we like to talk about who it is that you hate and why they suck and all that.
Well, look, it's a great bit by the wags out there.
Yes.
Sports wife bingo.
The other one is, and I realize this, if my team is getting blown out, one player in particular will face my wrath. I am a single.
You pick one out.
There will be one.
Had a rough game or something.
And it's usually the same guy.
You just don't like a guy.
Yes. And I will let, again, anyone around me or just the ethos, they will know who I hate. And I will announce it to the point where my gal will be like, I get it. Like, I know. And then I have to tell her, it's not about telling you.
I don't think you do know.
Yes, just
listen to me. Just I just want you to listen to me.
Yes. And then sometimes she makes the mistake of asking me why I hate that person. And that's not the question that I need to be asked. I just need you to share in my hate with him and then just agree and be like, yes, I hate him as well. And then we can bond in our hatred.
Yeah. You should really hate this guy, babe.
Yes.
Well, I don't. Well, no, you should. Trust me.
And there's nothing worse than when she'll be like, well, I think he looks kind of cute. And I'm like, shut up. That's even worse.
By the way, Will is hate watching Michigan State right now. I can see it.
Yeah, I am.
I can see it.
I hate anyone who's not named Jace Richardson right now.
Yeah, they're throwing up brick after brick.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the
Ole Miss
tall
is-
big guy had a guard on him and he passed it out and it got stolen.
Ole Miss is pretty good. It's 50-47 Rebels. 50-49 Rebels with 8 minutes. This game's coming down to the wire.
Yes.
Well, and this, I'm more mad because I almost, I went back and forth on my bet on this one.
You know what that's a sign of? Don't bet it.
Well, what's the fun in that?
We'll can't allow that to happen.
That's ridiculous.
All right. Most frustrating things in sports wraps up the hour on The Fan. We've hit a little bit of a wall here. I'm gonna make an executive decision.
Audible, red panties, red panties.
Well, Buckley forwarded this to me, and so part of why I'm gonna save this to next week is that I want Buckley to be a part of this list.
Sure.
Because just like we just did with Sports Wife Bingo,
yeah,
there is a list that somebody put together, and it's pretty good, of the most frustrating things in sports.
Oh yeah.
Like for example, let me look here.
Example, not being able to remember what's one of the most frustrating things
being
about
able
sports.
to read. Fouling on a 3-point shot.
Sure.
Or false start on a 4th down or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, these types of things. The things that make you so mad when the team you bet on does them or the team that you love does them.
Sure.
That's a great list and a great conversation, but we don't have the time to do it right now.
No.
And I'd like Buck to be a part of it, so we're going to push it to next week.
I have one immediately that came to the forefront of my mind, and
What's yours?
And again, you don't watch the sport, but a soft goal
in
hockey will literally make me just
because why else is the goalkeeper out there?
Exactly.
Goaltender. Why else is he out there?
When there is one that under no circumstance should go in, and it's your guy, the fury that wells up within me, and that is my number one. What in the F are we doing? It's like missing a field goal, right? You have one job, you son of a bitch. Missed field goal is in there too. Missed chip shot field goal. Come on.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. If you start to rack your brain, there's just a lot.
There's plenty.
So we'll get to that next week, okay, guys?
Okay.
I promise.
We'll see what happens.
No, I mean I promise.
Well, you're gone on Monday, so we're not getting to it on Monday.
Right. But
what if I get into it while you're not here? And
then
you will lie because you said we're going to get into it. We won't. I will. You won't.
We'll do it again.
Just rehash the segment.
Coming up next in the club, Hawk Tuah girl is back. I have the latest on her.
Joy.
And we've got a couple of restaurant giants merging
to form one super crappy restaurant.
I believe that is accurate.
Sherry's coming back?
Sherry's is not coming back. So we'll get to those items coming up next in the club on the Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, you got a couple basketball games going on right now in the collegiate ranks. Right now, you've got Michigan State up 55-54 over Ole Miss. There's 6 minutes left to go in that half. Second half just got underway in the Tennessee-Kentucky game. Right now, Tennessee is putting a whooping on the Wildcats. The Volunteers are up 45-32, 17 minutes left to go in that game. Later on today, you've got number 1 overall seed Auburn. They're taking on Michigan. Tigers are favored by 8.5. Tip-off for that game at 6:39. And then at 7:09, you've got Purdue versus Houston. Houston is favored by 8.5. There are more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
All right, it's our final club of the week, bros. Make it a good one. Ready, break. Look at that dude. Look at that guy's hair.
God.
That's real hair.
Yeah, that's a white man afro right there.
Yeah.
And like a white man with gray.
How'd you like to be sitting behind that guy? Can't see the court.
No. It's interesting. I wonder how you get to that point. That was like an old school 70s, like.
Yeah, but he was white.
But he was white.
And it was
like picked out and had to be you had to be a mix. I don't think white guys can have that kind of hair. Well, maybe you got the Jufro happening. I don't know. Bob Ross, he had the nice old afro.
Well, Hawk Tuah girl is not going to prison.
Do we know that for certain?
Well, no. This is just according to her.
Oh.
She is saying that the SEC's thorough investigation into her meme coin is over.
Oh.
And
it's all on the up and up.
She's clean. Yeah, they actually did launch an investigation into her.
Probably should.
She had the Hawk token.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, it crashed in value, just like all those other...
I can't believe that's still a thing that people are...
Well, this is my question about these things. Listen, she's a bonehead, whatever.
Yeah.
But aren't you a bigger bonehead if you buy it?
Yeah, the only problem with it is like fart coin and this stuff. I mean, there are people making money. So I think the problem is that you see, like, if you get in on these things...
So you're just trying to time it.
You're just trying to time it. I don't think anyone believes that the Hawk Tuah coin or the fart coin or whatever dumbass thing they're coming up with is like a long-term thing. But I do think that there are people that believe that if you're smart and you get in and get out, you can make your money.
Can I then say, what's the problem with these? I mean...
I just praise on the dumb and vulnerable.
Well, okay, but this is my point. If you're dumb, you're dumb.
Yeah.
It's not... I don't know. Like, we don't need to protect everybody from everything. It's like, you're just an idiot.
Sure. And I say on here, she's saying that there's no restrictions on what she can do in regards to crypto or securities in the future. So if she launches another coin or whatever and someone falls for it again, then
that's on them.
That's on them.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah. Well, it's like there's this, and I don't know if we necessarily had this. I'm trying to think of what our get rich when we were growing up, but I know so many people. I mean, Will is right in that age range. How many bros do you have, Will, that think that they are going to get rich off of crypto?
I had a bunch of buddies that were trying to get me to buy like Ethereum and like the Bitcoin, and those are like
those are the
big ones,
the reputable ones. Everyone had an Acorn account. All my buddies had GameStop bought. Yeah, it's stupid. I stay away.
So
I like Acorn. I have an Acorn account.
I think that's just kind of become.
It's a good bit.
Yeah, I think.
Do you know what an Acorn account is?
Yeah,
well, it's how you buy stocks.
Well, you can,
they take like percentages of whatever you
buy.
Well,
it's like the thing where if your debit card is $7.90, you buy something for $7.90, it'll take the 10 cents and just throw it into the Acorns investment account. Then you can invest in whatever you want.
Sure,
it's like Robinhood, but it has a little extra layer.
Yeah,
kind of cool.
But we all hate Robinhood.
Why?
Robinhood's the GameStop crew, where they stopped all that stuff.
Right.
The Gen Z guys don't like that.
So is Acorn the new one then?
That's what they use. I got a guy I pay, and he takes care of it for me. I don't touch.
Yeah, you're old school. You're like this old guys. Mm-hmm. Now there is a new coin I just read about. No, it's not a coin. Sorry, an app that some kid came up with, and it's kind of cool, where you can basically follow each other's portfolios, and it will have portfolios of super rich like Buffett, and because all his trades, people know what he's buying and selling. Yeah. And the same with like
Nancy Pelosi
and all them. Yeah. And so if you want a tail, it's all on there.
Yeah.
You just have to pay. I think you have to pay I think it's a monthly or an annual fee. And you start your own, and then if you get really good and you start doing, trading, buying and selling and stuff, people can follow you.
I've seen ones too now where they're just doing AI stuff, right? It's an AI account, and the AI goes through, and it's like, hey, this is the AI, notices all the trends and goes off that. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. I just think that I think Will's age is going to be that group that is going to try to upset the system. That they think that this is there's ways you can make money without really doing anything. And I think
we already did.
You what?
We think we already did.
Yeah.
Like this is where I'm on your guys' side. Like usually I think you guys are a little old. No, we're in the same page. Like. Do you know me? You got this where people think that they're going to buy meme coins, upset the system, buy all the GameStop stuff. Whenever that kitty guy comes back in, they always buy whatever he says to buy. Yeah. The other big one with my generation is the nameless, faceless YouTube account.
What does that mean?
So you make, an example would be you make NBA highlights, right? Yeah. So you name your page, NBA highlights page, and you go and you get rights free NBA highlights for Andre Miller, and you make a highlight tape of Andre Miller, and then you just post it on YouTube. You post a couple shorts. Eventually people get super excited about your sick edits. They come in, they follow you, and then after you get enough subscribers, enough people watching it, you make money on the ad revenue.
There's so many of those. I know people that what's the other one? Like drop shipping places. They tell you, okay, you go on Amazon, you set up a thing. This company makes T-shirts and they ship them out for you or whatever. There's a bunch of there's all these different ways now where I guess in our days it would have been like selling Amway or Cutco knives or whatever.
Oh yeah, Amway.
That was always one that I had some friends that did that, and this new one with my kids and even some younger people I know. That's become a one. Obviously,
isn't the Amway big with the Mormies?
Oh yeah,
big in the church.
Yeah. Well, because the church people. I mean, I don't like to talk ill of the church people because there's some really good people, but there is a level of, and I think it's probably this way amongst all churches, but certainly the Mormon Church. There's an idea of, well, I'm Mormon, you're Mormon, therefore you will trust me, and let's all do this together. Mormons are very big into pyramid schemes, at least in my experience.
Because they all trust each other.
They all trust each other. Do a lot of people that sold stuff like that, whether it was vacuum cleaners, Cutco, Amway, all of that stuff. That was certainly a thing in the Mormon Church when I grew up. The other one too that I and I actually, there are people that make. I have a buddy of mine who has a friend who she's a hot and she just streams. And I'm not even talking about like porno stuff. She's just as hot, and she does Twitch streaming, and she basically just kind of every now and then she comes back. They're friends, and she comes and stays with them in Portland for a little bit, and then I think she's in Australia right now. And he showed me what she does, and I'm like, this is what she does. And he goes, yeah, she sits on her thing for like 6 hours a day, and she just sometimes she plays video games, other times she just talks. And she's a hot, but she doesn't gear down. She doesn't do nudity or whatever. And she's not rich, but she makes a decent living literally sitting in front of the camera. And there's a lot of young hots that think, whether it's OnlyFans or this, that's the way to make money.
Isn't that actually a way to make money, though?
It is.
As opposed to the crypto dream?
Yeah. I mean, I think the idea is that you can make money doing both of those things, and both of them can come crashing down in a giant hurry.
Well, they could, but I don't know. I mean, OnlyFans seems different. Crypto, you're relying on, like, if what you buy crashes,
you're out
unless you dump it. I mean, you're screwed. OnlyFans, like it's like a business.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you do it well.
Yeah.
You know,
and you're hot.
Yeah, exactly. And stay hot.
Stay hot.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like that to me seems way more legitimate, even if some people may
look
scoff
down
at
on it or whatever.
Yeah, to me is not speculative.
But I do think with the youth there is the idea that working a job anymore, or working at a UPS, or working as a plumber or whatever, that is like okay, boomer.
Yeah.
Why would I do that when I can make money doing this?
It's not all of us. It's definitely not all of us, but it is a higher portion than I would love to admit or love to cop to.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely like, how can you be a vlogger? Or the other big one that really drives me nuts is everyone's got a side hustle.
Yeah.
So a lot of like the Bitcoin bros, that's their side hustle. And they listen to Gary Vee while they trade.
I mean, I would imagine that if you are going to live your life that way and pursue those types of endeavors, you better have a side hustle.
Sure.
I mean, a side hustle is just code for an actual job.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or just a way for you to make money while you're
some
trying
guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Like, I don't know. It's funny that just the terminology has changed. It's basically you don't have a job.
Yeah.
You have a dream that you're pursuing, and that's great. And maybe you'll make a bunch of money off of that dream. But in the meantime, you need to bring in money. It's basically just a job.
Sure. Well, and I think more and more youth are doing again, it's the idea of going to a job and sitting there for a period of time is not appealing. So they would rather piece together a life by, again, 4 different side hustles to create one main job.
If you got that hustle in you, knock yourself out.
Yeah.
There's also the slow and steady way.
Yeah. I just think more and more with the invent and the rise of social media, and you see so many people on Instagram. Who's the gal that just died? The Gabby Petrino? Is it Gabby?
Gabby Petito.
Gabby Petito, right? Like that. She just decided, like she's like, I'm going to be a travel vlogger. I'm going to buy a van. I'm going to fix it up, and I'm going to travel the country because again. And so someone else sees that and is like, well, I can do that. That sounds better than working a job. So I think there's so many of those out there. My son, when he was little, used to play video games, and he had some friends that were like, well, I'm going to be a pro gamer. And it's the same thing as if you were 12 and said, I'm going to go play in the NFL. Well, some people make money. Yeah, there are, but the same number of people that are making money in the NFL, it seems like it's more accessible, but I would make the argument that becoming a successful streamer, a vlogger, a e-gamer, or whatever, it's probably just as hard from a number standpoint as being a professional athlete. But to them, I think this group of kids coming up, it seems way more attainable than playing in the NBA or being Beyonce.
Well, it is more attainable because it's you. Like, I don't have to be a certain height to be a streamer. I don't have to have a certain look. Half the time with these streamers, I don't even have to be hot. I just have to have some sort of entertainment factor.
But I would make the argument that, again, from a percentage point, I'm guessing
Agreed.
The people that are doing it, there are so many that are doing it, and the number of people that actually make a living out of it, I'm guessing it's somewhere around the same neighborhood as someone that says, I'm going to be an actor, I'm going to be an athlete, I'm going to do something along those lines.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference. You can't just be a part-time basketball player.
Yeah.
In this scenario that Will's talking about, you can. You can make a little money there. You can make a little money on this. Yeah. You can make a little money at that side hustle. And I think that there is value in having a lot of different a lot of different disciplines, a lot of different hustles that you're going after, because you and I, and we know it of the way of you get a job and you work your way up and this and that. But that, I would imagine for the youth, it was even for me, and I'm getting to be 50 now. That's really mundane.
Yeah.
And it's hard and it's long. And I talk to my kids about this all the time. Discipline and patience are the two hardest things about growing money or growing your net worth. Discipline and patience are the two hardest things. And it's very hard for youth to have those things. And so I think it scratches their itch more because they're a little bit more fast twitch because of, for a myriad of reasons.
Sure.
That they just have multiple things out there that they piece together. I know it's weird for us because that's not how we did it, but I think it's perfectly achievable. It's just if you don't, now what are you going to do? I think it's just safer. What we're saying is much safer, but it's also much more boring and takes a lot more patience and discipline.
Yeah, but I do appreciate the fact that I think there are a lot of people that realizing that sitting in a crappy cubicle for 9 hours at a job you hate is a slow, painful death. And so I do admire that a lot of them aren't being like, dude, this is not how I'm going to live my life. I am not going to sit there at a crappy dead-end job where the company doesn't value me. As someone said, I think being self-employed is worth a lot more than what boomers think. Yes, I think there are a lot of old people that think that having hustles or being self-employed is a loser way to go about it, and I couldn't agree more that is an archaic way of thinking.
I would say with my generation, there's a lot less of pride in I worked for this and I built it up into this. It is much more about how can I make as much money as possible? Because if I can make the most amount of money as possible, I can be happy because I can buy the cool thing, I can buy the cool toy, I can be looked at favorably from people who are older than me and younger than me and the same age as me.
And it's a double-edged sword, because for everyone that whatever you Mr. Beast or whatever, whoever the big guy is, there's also the weird Andrew Tate thing, where you're just like one of the worst human beings on the planet, but you put out this lifestyle and you end up with this giant following, and you end up with this little army of little wannabe rapists and abusers that think Andrew Tate is the definition of masculinity. It's like anything else. There's a dark side to everything, and I just think it's harder for this generation coming up to navigate all of these waters. I think there's more opportunity than anyone's ever had, but I also think it's way more perilous and dangerous than it's ever been.
Someone texts, I work with college students, and a common trait is that they all want the same lifestyle as their parents by 30 when it took their parents until 50 to reach it.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Because they say, I don't want to waste my life getting there. And you're like, well,
it's not a waste.
Yeah, it's the journey.
The joy is in the journey.
Yeah.
And by the way, once you get some money, newsflash, doesn't make you happier. It doesn't.
Hierarchy of needs.
You youngs. By the way, Hawk Tuah girl, here's the big news. Hawk Tuah! We buried the lead.
Yeah, what's old Hawk Tuah doing?
Well, she said she's got her Talk Tuah podcast back.
God.
And she said she's not going to be in the meme coin game anymore. But there is a documentary in the works.
Spit on that thing.
So we get to see hour and a half, 2 hours of
her spinning on that? That's
her
about
life.
the only thing.
What? Her what?
How dare you?
She's such a loser.
I don't mind her. I'm with you, Will.
No.
She's all right.
Yes.
Kind of cute.
Could be way worse.
Bubbly little American, kind of naive, but
Seems
she's riding the wave.
Seems kind of dumb.
Yeah, just kind of exactly.
Could be worse.
Just trying to make the best of what of saying Hawk Tuah on video. Yeah. Can you believe that? Like, that's what she said.
Yeah.
What, Nashville, I think?
Nashville. I think at a bachelorette party. And she has made millions upon millions
She's on
of
the
dollars
streets. Yeah.
off of it.
Amazing.
Someone stuck a camera in her face and she said, "Spit on that thing."
Spit on that thing.
Yep.
Hawk Tuah. I respect it. All right, 2 restaurant giants are merging. Which 2? Next on The Fan.
Thanks for making the Fans and Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
Well, we got a couple fan favorites joining forces, Jace.
What do we got?
In the restaurant game. And I say fan favorites I use that loosely.
Hey, Applebee's is making a comeback, man.
But they are very popular.
They've got cheaper food now than fast food places.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're offering, like, that's their whole thing now is they're like, hey, why pay for a combo meal at McDonald's when you can come here?
That's smart.
Not sure that that's any better than McDonald's, but I think it probably is.
Point spread watch. Michigan State favored by 3 or 3.5. They are up 4 with 11 seconds. Ole Miss with the ball. Padula 3. Air ball.
Who's now? Which side are we on?
So Michigan State. Well, I didn't bet it.
No, but I know Will.
Will bet Michigan State
together as a show.
Yes.
Are on Michigan State.
Okay. Yeah. We're rooting for Will.
So you're feeling
good
you
now.
Got a 3.5.
Well, I never feel good until
I hear you.
It's all zeros, especially when it's this tight.
Strange things happen, but Michigan State now inbounding the ball up 4 with 4 seconds left.
Especially when I don't deserve this one.
So he's going to miss a free throw, and Padula's going to make a last-second 3, and they're only going to win by 2.
Yep.
How about that?
Yep, that is
These are
exactly
the things
what
that
will
go
happen.
through your mind.
Oh, 100%. This is how I lost the UCSD Michigan game. It was absolutely ridiculous. This is how I lost the stupid Oregon game. Jackson Shellstat. I get why you had to miss, but just...
Well, I was reading last night the Duke-Arizona game. You know that 3 that Cooper Flagg hit right at the end of the first half?
Yeah.
That covered the first half spread. For Duke. I mean, come on. Arizona couldn't play any better. They had them it's like tooth and nail.
Yeah.
They're tied the whole half. And freaking Cooper Flagg hits
Cooper Flagg. And you know, someone was sitting there on the couch livid. Like, you sons of bitches.
I say more than someone. A lot of people. Or there's the joy of the people that bet on the other side.
Yeah, and that's the beauty part. Because when you're on the right side of a beat like that, it's greatest thing ever.
The Liam McNeely 3 at the end of the Florida-UConn game.
Oh, yeah.
I got a complaint from my neighbor.
Oh, because you yelled?
I was on the right side of a very, very gross win.
You were on UConn?
No, I was on the over. And
that covered the over?
They scored 11 points in the final 9 seconds, and the over hit.
Oh, my God.
Well, it was like someone yesterday, I'm sure, that Laker game, the stupid Josh Giddey, they were up, 5 or 6 with 10 seconds to play, and somehow they lost.
Well, the NBA is nuts.
Yeah.
The runs that they go on in the NBA, I could never.
I don't
bet
know
the
how
NBA.
anyone bets that.
I don't either.
It's terrifying. Although the live bet, when we were at we went to the Cavaliers game, and I was live betting. I was live betting the second half. It was the only way I could keep interested in it. No offense, but the NBA does not keep my attention in person.
All right, he hit them both. Here we go.
So you have to live bet it.
Ole Miss for the push. Oh, he made
it.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, banked it in.
Oh,
shut up!
What was your spread, Will?
3.
Well, he gets lucky. He pushes. There are a lot of people that had 3.5.
Oh my!
That just burned a lot.
How is that rim that dead?
I know.
That's ridiculous. He hit way back on that.
The fix is in.
Yeah.
That's.
They knew what was up.
That's so dumb. You know what the worst part is? The over was 144.
You're kidding.
I swear.
So you lost the under by 1 point?
No. I don't know that I bet.
And you pushed.
I pushed and then
Dude, that.
No, I had the over. Yeah, so I lost and pushed all. I mean, I was already going to lose the over, but I lost my Michigan State.
That hurts.
Yep.
That hurts.
Good times.
We could get a Michigan State for a right to go to the Final Four.
Yeah, we could. Yeah. Which, would you be interested in that? Because
no, I wouldn't.
Not me.
No,
I'd rather see Auburn play Michigan State.
I would agree.
All right, so it's Applebee's and IHOP, and we're going to talk about it.
I thought IHOP was going away.
Not anymore.
It's back.
That's next.
Ugh.
Here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Michigan State just took care of business against Ole Miss. They won that game 73-70. Ugh. Right now, you've got one game in action in college basketball. Tennessee is up 66-48 over Kentucky. Kentucky won the first 2 matchups. Doesn't look like they're going to get it done here. There's 7:40 left to go in that game. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's The Fan on FM.
That's right. You've been dreaming of it, and it's official. The International House of Pancakes, lovingly known as IHOP.
I thought there's like 2 of those by my house that are now just laid bare. I thought they were all shutting down.
Yeah, I don't know. They have merged with Applebee's, home of half-price appetizers and giant margaritas.
Has anyone ever thought to themselves while drinking a half-price margarita, man, I wish I had a stack of pancakes and not these chicken tendies right now.
They're calling it a dual-brand restaurant. Diners will be able to enter the restaurant either from the Applebee's side or the IHOP side, and each brand will maintain a separate dining room. The menu will offer dishes from both brands served via a shared kitchen.
I'm just fascinated. So, is Applebee's isn't failing?
No,
I don't think so. But IHOP is failing. So
they're growing.
They're growing.
They gobbled them up, and now they're going to buoy them with the dual branded restaurant.
I'm fascinated with the idea of going into an Applebee's and thinking to myself, you know what I really want right now? Some Tutti Frutti fresh and what is that? The Tutti Frutti fresh and fruity pancakes?
I can honestly say I don't think I've ever been to an IHOP.
I've been to an IHOP, but then you realize, why would you go to an IHOP when there's like 9 other diners right next door to it that actually serve real breakfast food? It's like going to a Denny's.
That was a college classic. Like, after a morning workout, all the guys would go to IHOP.
Why?
I don't know. You don't have a lot of money in college, and it was, like, right there.
Well, there's a lot of cheap eats. You know?
That's just where we went, man. Lot of meat lover omelets.
Ugh.
Pancakes.
So they call it apple hop?
Apple hop.
Or Hopplebees.
But it will... So is this like when... Because they do this with fast food sometimes, like the Yum brands. You can get like a Taco Bell...
That's right.
Like...
Yeah, this isn't new. It's KFC's merged with...
Yeah, KFC. KFC and Taco Bell.
A&W.
Yeah.
And then Taco Bell's with...
I think it's one and the same. I think you can get
There's a couple different ones.
Yeah, there's a couple different ones where you have the splits. But yeah, the KFC A&W one is one that you see.
I think that's Battleground. I think Battleground has a KFC A&W.
But,
Pizza Hut's in there too, right? Because it's Yum brands?
Yeah. It's all the ones that have Yum brands. You can... Yeah, it's KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, and they have Habitat Burger. So yeah, they'll split those. I guess like if you can't decide, like your family's like, well, I want pancakes, I want crappy, shrimp salad. Then you settle on that.
It does seem like an odd pairing.
Yeah.
Like maybe if Applebee's merged with...
Isn't that the point of Applebee's? Isn't there... Applebee's has like everything.
Well, that's maybe why they're doing this. Is like the one thing they don't have is breakfast. So you might just...
Does this make it more or less likely that you would ever go into an Applebee's?
Same. I'm not... Actually, I'd say less. I'd say less.
Less?
I would rather just go to an Applebee's.
You're offended.
I don't want a bastardized kitchen also flipping pancakes. It already sucks. I don't want more suck. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to think if this in any way would sway me. I contend no one sets out to go to Applebee's. You just end up at Applebee's. Unless...
I can't remember last time. When's the last time you were in Applebee's?
When you're poor, sometimes you set out to Applebee's.
And I guess this is what I'm saying. Like, I always be careful. I always tell people, be careful because you will find yourself in a bubble. And bubbles are dangerous because you just think that that's normal.
They can get dirty, yeah.
Yeah, like you can't, and whether that's a political bubble, whether it's a socioeconomic bubble, like you can't be in your bubble. And I'm in that bubble where the idea of Applebee's, I'm just trying to think of a scenario where I would ever say, let's go to Applebee's, and there isn't one. But, like...
At all?
No! I literally cannot think of a single reason.
Dollaritas?
What if you're driving to Southern California?
Yeah.
And you stop at a hotel.
Yeah.
And the big game is on.
Sure.
And the hotel doesn't have a bar.
Okay.
There's no other restaurants.
Yeah.
And right there across the street is a Crapplebee's.
So, well, there you go. And that's
where you get a beer and you watch the game.
So that's what I'm saying. You don't set out. You end up.
Correct.
You end up there.
For guys like you and me.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I do remember.
We grew up going to Applebee's.
And this is what I'm saying. You got to be careful to be in your bubble because maybe if you are in a smaller town, or as Will said, if you don't have a bunch of money, although I don't think Applebee's is any cheaper than one of the other better options.
There was a point in time in college where you could get like $2 Long Island iced teas at Applebee's, and that went down.
I do.
You could get Dollaritas. They did the stupid little thing. I had a point where I was dating a girl, and the only thing that stayed open late was Applebee's. And she worked till midnight. Like, I don't know, man. It's happened.
I do know that in the single world, when I was dating, there were people that suggested going to Applebee's because of that.
I'm okay with it.
It's cheap drinks, and I think a lot of middle-aged folks go there to pick up gals.
Let's say you and I. Here's another scenario. Let's say we're at a function.
Yeah.
I don't know. Of course, we probably wouldn't be at a function, but let's say we were at something where everybody was going to go out and eat.
Yeah.
Well, listen, like you said, everybody's in their own sort of sphere.
Yeah.
So, what you and I may want to go eat is not going to jive with the other people.
Sure.
Or what they want to eat may not jive with the... Applebee's is kind of
it's a middle ground.
That it's like, all right, fine.
Is Applebee's at what will bring this country together? Where we're like, you know what?
Well, they tried to rip it apart with that dumb Applebee's song.
Yeah, fancy like Applebee's.
Fancy like, but no, I think it's more
Well, there's
bringing us together.
There's a song I like where he's talking about kind of growing up in a small town. He always says that ice cold beer and baseball was always common ground. You could always talk about that. Maybe Applebee's is that common ground that we need. Well, that'll be the ad. It's like two people, one's yelling about Trump, one's praising Trump, and you're like, you know what? Let's go get some riblets.
There's something for you,
yeah,
and there's something for me.
We'll get some riblets, and you can get rip drunk on $2 Long Island iced teas, and there you go.
And I'll order pancakes.
That's where you pregame, man. Pregame before you go out.
Again, here, Applebee's bar is a big pickup place.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah,
haven't we talked about that?
Yeah, it's a place where
people go and
big is bold.
Well, I think middle. I'm not for you.
Middle age.
I think middle age.
I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think the middle-aged divorcee. I don't want to call anyone out, but I know someone who recently I think has gone through this. Like, hey, let's go to Applebee's phase.
I know the Applebee's that person could be going to.
Yeah. This old Gary's in it said just ate at Applebee's this afternoon. It was very good, and yes, we set out for Applebee's.
There you go,
old Gary.
I love it, old Gary.
I remember the last time I went to Applebee's.
You get it.
It was about 12 years ago. It was right as my dad was dying, if this says anything.
All right.
And we went back. He was cancer-ridden. And we went back to his Vietnam. He had a Vietnam reunion in Virginia Beach. And we went back there and one Robert N. Brown, where we ate. He was like, hey, wherever you want to go eat. And he was set out. He was determined to find this is hand to God true story. He set out to find a Golden Corral. That's what he wanted. Couldn't find a Golden Corral. We did find an Applebee's, and he settled that. That was the last time I believe I went to an Applebee's. Because he wanted to eat good in the neighborhood. Because he would not want to venture out to like a local place. His favorite idea of fine dining was like Fuddruckers. That was a splurge. Gonna go to Fuddruckers. Can't find a Fuddruckers? Hey, let's hit an Applebee's.
Someone said Applebee's is the Def Leppard of restaurants. You don't hate it. You'll never seek it out. But if they're in town and it's cheap and it's easy to get to, you'll check it out.
Do I need to go to an Applebee's now?
You're not missing anything.
And that's just it.
I don't go to
No,
Applebee's.
you don't need to go to an Applebee's. Why would you ask that question?
I feel like
what a dumb question.
I don't want to live in my bubble. Maybe I'm missing out on something.
No, you're not. Trust me, it's going to be just as you remember.
See, am I wrong too?
But it's also not horrible.
Well, if I'm going to, I call these all TGI McScratchies. And occasionally, I will get takeout from Red Robin, which is the version, that's TGI McScratchies.
Hot take. I have a hot take.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut you off. I have a hot take.
Go for it.
Applebee's is better than Red Robin.
Ooh.
It's a bold take.
Red Robin, to me, sucks.
Wow. I find, now, I don't go into a Red Robin, but occasionally there's one right by my house, and sometimes my kids, if I don't feel like cooking or whatever, we will order like the curbside takeout, and I do find that you can get like a teriyaki burger or something, Red Robin, like $9-10. Yeah, with some fries or whatever, some Red Robin seasoning. I found that to be all right. I don't venture into one because it's there's a lot of things happening. I feel like Red Robin, that's not where I need to sit and eat, but a takeout at Red Robin, I can do that. But it's the same thing like Olive Garden, Spaghetti Factory. There's just a lot of those that I find that would be more appealing than the Applebee's. Where's a Chili's when I need it?
I think that old Spaghetti Factory would be the top of that.
Yeah.
Top being
the best.
Good?
Yeah. I don't hate old Spaghetti Factory.
Yeah.
Like if I want some pasta, I'm going to old Spaghetti Factory.
Also make a bold statement. Where we used to work on Macadam.
Yeah.
That old Spaghetti Factory, the bar, the upstairs bar, criminally underrated.
It was good.
One of the sneakiest good bars in all of Portland is the Riverfront Spaghetti Factory upstairs bar.
Very good. Went there before my first ever shift at 1080.
Yeah.
Get a little lubed up before you came in, did you?
I was hungry and I needed the sausage.
Yeah, you did.
You know what? I'm going to Applebee's this weekend.
Don't get kicked out. Don't eat too many wings.
So is the best... So I don't remember what all you listed there, but is the best kind of TGI McScratchies, is it Cheesecake Factory? Is it...
I think it's...
Is that above? That's cut above?
I think it's a cut above. I would say Chili's is the best TGI McScratchies.
Okay.
I like chili. If there was a Chili's
Chili's
here,
is fine. Chili's is better than Applebee's.
I would go to Chili's and not feel bad about eating.
They closed them all down, though.
They closed them all down.
What's the real difference?
Chili's is just, it's better food. It really is. It's better food.
Like I've had Chili's before. I don't know. They're all the same to me, kind of.
Well, that's fair. But it is, I think if you're comparing the two, Chili's is better.
Yeah.
Albeit that's not, I don't think it's saying much, but
I'm just saying, if I'm a little tipsy, you can talk me into going to a Chili's and be like, hell yeah. Applebee's, I would be like, why? And maybe I'm just prejudiced against Applebee's. Is Applebee's become the Nickelback of TGI McScratchy's where we just like to make fun of it? But in reality, as old Gary says, maybe it's delightful.
Well, it's the one that has stood the test of time.
It was Greg Oden's favorite restaurant. When Greg Oden came to Portland and we asked him where he wanted to eat, Greg Oden said, my favorite restaurant is Applebee's. And we were like, wow.
Well, that was mine as a kid. Sometimes you only know what you know.
Yeah.
You know, Jace?
Yeah. And then you eat at
We'd
Ox
go to church and
or
then go to-
Ringside, and then you realize maybe it shouldn't be Applebee's.
Go to church and we pile in the truckster, listen to Footloose, head to Applebee's, have some chicken tendies, loosen the tie. Well, actually, take off the clip-on. Good times.
Again, nostalgia-wise, I think I need to try an Applebee's. I'm trying to think of what would happen if I came home tonight and was like, well, my gal's out, so tomorrow I'm like, hey, honey, you know what we're doing today? Taking you out for a special evening. Get dressed. Get her all dressed up, not tell her where we're going, and then just drive her to an Applebee's.
And now this is going to be me speaking from a bubble.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned.
Yeah.
But to me, particularly in Portland, if you want to go, I mean, like you can't always eat at Ox.
No.
I
No,
mean,
you can't.
it's a spendy place.
Yes, it is.
And we like good food.
Yes.
You like to try new restaurants and stuff, but you can't always, like, it's expensive.
Yeah.
So in my little bubble, the hard part for an Applebee's type of place is that there are so many good places to go that have really good food that are not expensive.
Thank you.
But if you do, that's Portland.
Yeah.
Trust me, go to Salina, Kansas. Your options
They're
shrink.
limited.
And so then you're just like, well, okay, I guess Old Chicago will do.
Oh, yeah.
We ate at Old Chicago when we were there last time. I mean, they've got a couple decent restaurants there.
Yeah.
But if not everybody's into those or they're too expensive, you go to the freaking Old Chicago.
I kind of want to do this. I kind of want to tell my girl we're going out for a night out. I want to see the reaction because she's a foodie.
Tell her to just embrace it, have fun with it, and you might like it. Stop being so snotty.
I'm doing this. I'm eating good in the neighborhood.
All right, we wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of
Someone mentioned Olive Garden. I believe that Olive Garden is the worst of all of those, but because Italian food is just so delicious, it works.
See, I've been to an Olive Garden. I had a chicken parm not too long ago. I'd say within the last year or two. I had a chicken parm, and you know what? Some breadsticks and some dipping sauce. It was just fine.
Fat, young Will Ortner, that was the birthday spot.
Yeah.
Because in October was also Never Ending Pasta Bowl.
Yeah.
I love
Listen,
Olive Garden.
I get it. I get why it's popular, but I think it's more the cuisine that makes it popular.
Sure.
It's not the quality of the food. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's the birthday spot. Trust me, like, back when my family talked to me and didn't hate me, when we would gather for birthdays, it was almost always Olive Garden, Red Robin, something like that. And I was like, can we please? Can we go into Portland? But that goes back to the idea of crossing over into Portland is you might as well be going to a foreign country.
It's in Beirut.
It's Beirut. Yeah,
We're not going there. Sticking with the unlimited breadsticks and the really bad service.
Occasionally I could get my mom. Occasionally I get my mom to go to the Red Lobster, and that was a big deal.
Yeah, Red Lobster. See, I'd rather go to Red Lobster than Olive Garden.
Yeah, my mom was like, Red Lobster. I still remember to this day once I convinced my mom for her birthday. I'm like, Ma, just let me take you over into Portland. And she was like, that's fine. And she's like, nothing fancy. And I think I took her to Henry's. Remember the old Henry's 12th Street Tavern?
Yeah.
And you would have thought I brought my mother to a Michelin star restaurant. Years after the fact, she'd be like, that time. I'm like, Ma, it was a chain. It's because she was like, well, because I told her there's better options than like Red Robin. But she didn't want to do like a nice place. So I was like, it's just a better version of Red Robin. And to her, that was like an eye-opening thing. And she'll still bring it up. Still bring it up to this day. And I'm like,
That's a lot of America, right?
It's a lot of America. But I guess that was my point. If you're going to spend $14 or $15 on an entree at Applebee's or Red Robin, I know for some people you can't, but you could spend $18 and go to Henry's, and it's a much better. For that $4, it was much better. It really was. As you said, we have so many options in the city.
Well, here we're spoiled.
We're spoiled.
You're very spoiled.
Yes.
If you don't think you're spoiled, you're crazy.
Yes.
You got to get out to some other parts of the country.
Yes.
We have great food here, and it's not that expensive.
It's not that expensive. Yeah, you don't have to eat.
Some of it.
Yes, some of it is. And that's a splurgy sort of thing.
Well, Cannes, for example, is like one of the most acclaimed restaurants in the country.
Yes, but for most people that is going to be
it's spendy, but it's not
expensive.
as spendy as you think. I think people would see the moniker of best restaurant in the U.S.
Yes.
and think, oh my God, I'm going to be paying out the wazoo.
Yeah.
It's not that expensive.
It is not. But to use my family as an example, if I told my family we were going to a steakhouse, we were going to Laurelhurst, we were going to Ringside, we were going to Ox, whatever steakhouse that you choose, if they saw even a $50 steak,
50.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Let alone what the actual...
Can't get a steak for 50.
You can't. But I'm saying if they saw a steak at $50, everyone in my family would turn and look at you, and they would be like, are you kidding me? I can go to Outback Steakhouse. And you're like...
We can.
You can.
Certainly
but
can.
This is not Outback Steakhouse. And then it would turn into, why would I ever... It would be a problem. That would not... They would do the, we're either leaving or you're paying. It would not... It just wouldn't happen.
Line in the sand.
There would be a line in the sand.
Hell yeah.
Bring
us here, you're paying.
Yes. Yes. If I brought my father to one of those restaurants, I would have to go in knowing that it is either I am paying that bill or we are not eating there. He would look at the menu, he would fold it up, he would slide it across the table and be like, we're going somewhere else. That's not a matter of whether or not he could afford it. He certainly could. It is he would never pay.
Sensibilities.
Yeah, it would never
My
ever.
dad's like that too.
Yes.
He's like, man, it's not in their DNA.
No, it's not.
Fine.
It's not going to happen.
Everybody's different.
Yes.
Not Will though. He's not different.
I'm definitely different.
You didn't hear a thing we just said, did you?
I would not go to a fancy restaurant and crumple it up. However, I don't know that I have the money to go to a fancy
What is the fanciest restaurant you've ever eaten at?
Fogo, maybe?
Fogo de Chao?
Fogo de Chao.
Yeah.
It's tasty.
Yeah, I mean, we had like steakhouses in Ellensburg, but I don't know that they would compare.
It's definitely an older, as you get older.
Well, and some people just don't
it's not gonna
want to
happen.
try new things. Like they don't want to try different foods. They don't get off on that. And other people do.
Talk to me in 10 years. Then we'll
Chicken fingers and ketchup
wrap it up.
sometimes just work.
If by sometime you mean all the time, you'd be correct. Thanks, Will. Nice job. Appreciate you filling in. We have, I won't be here on Monday, but I'll be back Tuesday. But Sook and Buck, Monday, 3 to 7 on the Fake Night.